Testing 1, 2. Good morning, everybody. How are you today? Are you excited about this summit, the third Nalafem Summit taking place in Namibia for the first time? I'm just as excited. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please stand? As we welcome into the Nalafem space, the Vice President of the Republic of Namibia, Right Honorable Netumbo Ndaitwah, alongside the Nalafem Council, as they make their way to the stage or to their seats. To kickstart the third Nalafem Summit, please remain standing for the Namibian and African Union anthems. You may be seated. Thank you. Your Excellency, Netumbo Ndaitwah, Vice President of the Republic of Namibia and patron of the third Nalafem Summit. Right Honorable Emma Theofelus, Minister of Information, Communication and Technology in the Republic of Namibia, and Nalafem Council member. Right Honorable Doreen Sioka, Minister of Gender Equality and Social Welfare in the Republic of Namibia, if she is present. Emma Kantema Gaumas, Deputy Minister in Namibia's Ministry of Youth and Sport. Aisha Chebbi, Founder and President, Nalafem Collective, Council Chair of Nalafem and Chief of Staff of the Chief Justice of Kenya, Rose Wachuka, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. You look absolutely lovely today. Thank you so much for joining us, and good morning to all of you. Welcome to the third Nalafem Summit, held under the theme, Women's Right to Lead. My name is Franlin Thomas, and I'll be your Master of Ceremony, your host, whatever you wish to call me for the duration of this summit. I quickly want to find out, because as Namibians, we're not only known to be brave, but I want to find out if it's your first time in this beautiful country of ours, the land of the brave. Can you please stand? Your first time in beautiful Namibia, can you please stand? A very special welcome to all of you, in particular, dear Namibians. Let us please give them a round of applause and welcome them to our country. Welcome to Namibia. Please have a seat. If it is your second or third time, please feel at home. We welcome you back into the land of the brave. Now, I want to tell you more about this Nalafem Summit. The Nalafem Summit is a space of solidarity and of sisterhood, where we want you to feel safe, heard, respected, and understood. There is a special reason why we are sitting the way that we are today. Because in this Nalafem collective, in the circle and platform being provided to you today, no one is above the other. We're a sisterhood, no matter the titles that we hold, no matter the amount of achievements we've accomplished. Today, here at the third Nalafem Summit, no one is above the other. We co-lead, no matter the generation we come from. And here at the summit, we're going to share knowledge. We're going to be inclusive, so please feel free to connect, collaborate, celebrate, and support one another. Can we all do that? We pledge to do that, isn't it? Now, before we start with the first session of the third Nalafem Summit, I just want to share a few information with you. If you are at home and you are unable to be at the summit, you can tune into Nalafem's YouTube channel, where you can watch today's proceedings. You can also, if you're on Facebook, go on the MICT's Facebook page. The event is also being live streamed there, as well as NBC Television 1, the Namibian Broadcasting Corporation's of the public broadcasters. You can also tune into there to watch the proceedings. So just a few announcements. In today's day and age of social media, even if we are 50 years old, we can't afford to stay behind, can we? And I'm sure the Minister of ICT will gladly agree with me. So please feel free to use the hashtag every time you go on social media to raise awareness that this summit is taking place in Namibia. So please use the hashtag Nalafem Summit 2024. I feel for now we're still a bit too, almost as if we are afraid of each other, all right? We gotta loosen up, right? Because there's quite a lot of fun things you can also do at the summit, despite the serious conversations we're going to have a little bit later on. We're also going to have fun, so we want to invite you. There's beautiful spots that you can take pictures, such as the bold I am Nala letters on the grass. Fun activities that you can do. Do check out the Nalafem book corner and also get your copy of I Am Nala. You can also support Nalafem by doing some shopping there. There's also some red carpet outside where you can take videos. I'm still trying to keep up with, what do they call it, boomerangs that young people do. So I fail every time when it comes to, you know, my 17-year-old daughter trying to teach mommy what I should be doing or what I should not be doing. So these are just some of the things that you can do on the social media platforms. So please feel free. And now we're gonna go into the first session of the third Nalafem Summit, kicking off here in Windhoek, Namibia. It is now my absolute pleasure to welcome Aya Chebbi, founder and president of Nala Feminist Collective, for her welcoming remarks. Aya Chebbi. All right. She's not here right now. Oh, here she is.
I'm right here.
Oh, here she is. Aya, welcome. I quickly want to tell you about Aya. She's not only a beautiful, young, intelligent woman, but Aya Chebbi, ladies and gentlemen, is a Tunisian diplomat, activist, and was the African Union's first ever youth envoy, recognized for her work in youth advocacy as well as women's rights. She co-founded Nalafem as a space for building, and I love this, an army of women. So, Aya, thank you so much for all the sacrifices you've made and for giving birth to Nalafem, and I hand it over to you.
Thank you, Franlin. Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Your Excellency Netumbo Ndaitwah, Vice President of the Republic of Namibia. My sister, Honorable Emma Theofelus, Namibia's Minister of Information Technology and Communication. Honorable Minister, Honorable Deputy Minister, Dr. Mampele, Mama Beans, Kawanas, French Ambassador to Namibia, I think in the room, honorable parliamentarians from across the continent, government, media, and young feminists. Where are the young feminists in the room? Yes. Everyone who joined us here and online, welcome to the third Nalafem Summit. I want to first really acknowledge the land we are standing on, the land of the brave. I acknowledge the brutality of genocide committed by colonial Germany against indigenous communities here, and the legacy of occupation of this land that still persists today. I send solidarity to all those healing from genocide, and also those who are still fighting occupation and colonialism in Palestine, in Sudan, in Congo, in Western Sahara, in Kashmir, everywhere around the world. I want to also pay homage to the late President Gengo, someone I worked with very closely during my mandate as the African Union Youth Envoy, and I admired his inclusive leadership. He had an open door policy to young people, and he had an affirmative action. He appointed young women into parliament, into cabinet, into many leadership positions. So may he rest in power, and may his legacy live long. And I'd like to ask you to stand and observe a minute of silence in tribute of the memory of His Excellency President Hage Gengo. Thank you. We are here today thanks to the beautiful collaboration with the government of Namibia through the close partnership of Ministry of Information Communication Technology. Thank you to the government of Namibia for co-hosting this powerful space. Thank you, Your Excellency, Vice President, for your trust. Thank you to Namibian people for the hospitality. And I'm really grateful to everyone who have been part of making this summit possible. All of you are joining us from Namibia, but also from 35 African countries. Many invited men, how many men we have in the room? Yes. Many invited men asked me if they should show up. After all, it's a women conference. What are we doing here? But I hope you will change your perspective by the end of this summit that feminist convenings are not about women issues. They're about society issues. And being a feminist is not about being a woman, but being a leader who acts on social justice for everybody. We chose Namibia as a destination because Namibia has shown Africa and the world actually, how to ensure peaceful transition, how to uphold democratic values, how to enforce gender parity. The World Economic Forum 2024 report, Gap on Gender, acknowledges and identifies Namibia as the 8th globally. Namibia is 8th ranked on gender parity in the world. So Namibia's commitment to Maputo Protocol, to regional and global policies, really make us look to Namibia as a beacon of hope. People tell us often, election year is not a good time for organizing feminist convenings. But we think it's the best time to convene, not only because we should rally the youth vote to decide the future, we should rally for unity, but also because we have a country that has officially a female candidate for the presidency. Who is our Patreon and guest of honor, Excellency. And it's important for us as African feminists to stand in solidarity, to show up, and to know that we rally behind someone who will open the door for gender parity and for more young women in leadership. This is why our summit theme is women's right to lead. Oftentimes, when women stand for positions of leadership, they are doubted, facing misogyny and ageism and systemic violence. No one asks if the country is ready for a man to be president. No one would troll a young male minister on social media for what he's wearing at a funeral. But if it's a woman, she will face that and more. So, we are here to claim our right to lead. Nalafem is also a space of solidarity. What happens in one country should be the concern for all of us. What happens in the Gambia to repeal the female genital mutilation ban affect progress on FGM across the continent. What happens in Kenya to crack down on protesters affect progress on upholding human rights everywhere on the continent. What happens in the United States to our diaspora, losing the political race because of flawed democratic process, should be a concern for us of expanding our global African leadership. So we have to be convening Pan-African, we have to think Pan-African, we have to act Pan-African. So today we are also celebrating 3 years of Nala Feminist Collective. We're turning 3, very young, but growing fast. And in every anniversary, we launch an initiative to get us closer. It's our commitment to get closer to gender equity and to multi-generational collaboration. I am thrilled to announce the Nalafem 100. This is not a list as we see the 100, the full 100 of the list. It's not really a list of the most influential people, even though they all are influential people. Yeah, here we go. This is the Nalafem 100. But it is really a community. And when I started Nalafem in 2021, I invited 17 women leaders, whose many of them are in this room, and they multiplied into 100. So it is, very important that when we grow a community, we work with different generations. And as you can see, the Nalafem 100 have the Nalafem Advisory Council, who have grown to 20, and it has also the Nalafem activists, who we are funding to lead grassroots and community work, and we also sponsor to COP and other spaces to raise Africa's voice. These are our activists. Nalafem 100 has also the Nalafem Fellows, who we support to run for office in 13 African countries. Nalafem 100 has also Nalafem Champions, who we work with to lead advocacy work. And Nalafem 100 has our Patreons. From one summit to another, we grow our Patreons. And it has the female leaders we look up to, who are really trailblazing across Africa and who have paved the way for us to be here. So these are the Nalafem 100, our community of politicians and activists transforming society and systems, political systems. And when we say activists, they are not just civil society and movement leaders. They are pilots, athletes, poets, scholars, and women across industries and entrepreneurs who are joining our mission. As we officially launch Nalafem 100, with your support and collaboration, we can multiply this 100 into 1,000 and into a million. So we call on your collaboration and support to grow this community. And I want to acknowledge Nalafem team. If you can please stand up, Omom, Kene, Reem, Winnie, Noella, Lumba, Augusta, Sylvia. Thank you, my 8 warriors, for your tireless work. Now, the exciting part. I would like to welcome my 2 partners in good trouble. The Minister of ICT and Council Member of Nalafem, Honorable Emma Theofelus, to the stage. And I want to welcome the Chair of the Advisory Council of Nalafem and Chief of Staff of the Office of Chief Justice of the Judiciary of Kenya, Rose Wachuka Macharia. Let's give them another round of applause. Yes! Thank you, sisters, for joining me. So, Rose, you hosted last year's summit in Kenya, and it was extremely impactful. And we have just concluded our council retreat. Tell us what we're taking here from last year, and what's the outcome of the council retreat?
We're taking the presidency, Your Excellency. That is what we are taking with us from Namibia. When I go back to Kenya, I will tell them that Africa is yet to see another great woman ascend to the space that they made so inaccessible. Do what they must. Your Excellency, the second Nalafem Summit was held under the theme of justice, trust, and accountability in the beautiful city of Nairobi. Then, we reviewed our continental commitments to secure the rights of women under the law, especially survivors of sexual and gender-based violence. We also discussed digital justice in the age of cyberbullying. We took accountability for sexual and reproductive rights and intergenerational collaboration towards accountability in realizing the Generation Equality Forum's Action Coalition. At the third Nalafem Summit and Retreat, we found a space to connect as sisters. We found a space to re-energize and replenish our energy. We found a space to really discuss heavy, personal, and public issues. And it was also a moment to celebrate Your Excellency and to celebrate Honorable Omar Theofelus, who continues to inspire us as Council. And we look forward to a very, very exciting summit and a very exciting future for Namibia under your leadership.
Emma, why is Nalafem Summit coming to Namibia is important to you? And tell us a bit about the current landscape in Namibia for women leadership.
Thank you, Aya. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, it is no secret that Namibia is a trailblazer. We have our first Vice President in Namibia, and over the years we have been championing women's leadership. We have achieved gender parity in our National Assembly. As it stands, 52% of the women parliamentarians in the National Assembly are women. Therefore, Namibia has been breaking glass ceilings. Our Prime Minister is female. We have female CEOs in private and public enterprises. We have, for the first time, female Supreme Justices in the Supreme Court. We are graduating a record number of female graduates at our institutions of higher learning, and Namibia has a track record of improving women's safety and women's ability to lead. This is why the Nalafem Summit had to come to Namibia at the third session, because we are showing Africa to take the lead in empowering women on the continent.
Yes. Rose, tell us about the state of leadership on the continent, and are we actually collaborating as generations?
Your Excellency, next year, we will celebrate 30 years since the Fourth World Conference on Women in Beijing in 1995, which provided a global framework for advancing gender equality. In 1995, Your Excellency, only 4 women occupied the role of president with executive power. Today, that number has risen to 17, with only 1 executive president on the African continent. This number will rise to 2 in November. Setting the Southern African region apart as a progressive hub for women in leadership. While a lot has been invested in bridging the gap between women and leadership, especially in politics, there is still more work to be done. 100 years since the world first marked International Women's Day in 1924, advocacy and consistent progress towards leadership parity could not be more urgent. There still exists a 6% literacy gap between men, who are at 90%, and women, who are at 84%. The percentage number of women in parliaments, although having risen from 11% in 1995, is now at 26%, remains well below the half mark. And considering this gap, the reality is dire for young women. According to the Interparliamentary Union, only 2.2% of parliamentarians are under 30. And I celebrate those of us in this room. Your Excellency, only 1% of the 2.2 are young women. Therefore, the intergenerational political gap is 99% against young women. And this is where intergenerational collaboration finds fulcrum. Your Excellency, by appointing the youngest minister on the continent, Honorable Theofelus, you are signaling your commitment to bridging this intergenerational leadership divide. And by hosting the 3rd Nalafem Summit, we are celebrating you as a champion for intergenerational co-leadership, which is a significant part of our collective success in conquering politics and the exclusion of women within it.
And we stand in solidarity with Honorable Theofelus. As the youngest on the continent, you face everyday misogyny and ageism for just doing a job excellently as a minister. Please share with us and with the summit your ambition, your vision for creating digital jobs, even though we know that a lot of young women face a lot of cyberbullying experiences, and also the joint collaboration with Nalafem for Tech Her project that we would like to launch and support your vision to empower girls in Namibia.
Indeed. Well, we all know that the digital world is here to stay. It's not going anywhere anytime soon. And of course, in a few years, the digital economy will significantly expand, and so will its workforce. And that requires digital skills and transformation in training. Like the 3 revolutions before the 4th industrial revolution, we women cannot be left behind any longer. We need to be at the forefront, and that is why Nalafem, with the Ministry of ICT, will introduce a program called Tech Her, which will equip girls with digital skills and equipment like laptops and tablets that will make them competitive in the job market, where they can acquire skills to actually get them digital jobs. Then, of course, the Ministry of ICT, in collaboration with the Ministry of Youth, Sports and National Service, with our other partners, will conceptualize a project called Project 1000 to train and employ 1,000 young people by the year 2026 in digital skills for offshoring purposes. And more details will definitely follow after the 3rd Nalafem Summit.
Rose, we've been following what's going on in Kenya. Please share with us what Africa can learn from Kenya's historical and present mobilization and rally for this cause, and its relation to this year's theme, Women's Right to Lead.
O God of all creation, bless this, our land and nation. That is the opening stanza of the Kenyan national anthem. And the Kenyan flag has been seen these past weeks around the world more than ever before. Your Excellency, the current protests in Kenya are a clear testament that politics and governance is no longer tenable using the same ancient approaches to representative democracy. Young people in Kenya are displaying the powerful intersection between politics and the information age. Never before in the history of the world has a generation had more power to convene, to connect, and to control opinion and influence. Young Kenyans are beckoning to the world that the practice of politics as we knew it is about to implode. Born at the cusp of the new millennium, Gen Z know the power of networks and social media as a power tool to drive accountability and force engagement. Political representatives can no longer conceal debate, legislation, and the business of the legislature. New tools of engagement and new approaches are therefore urgent. Compassion, connection, and attunement to the needs of the citizenry is now non-negotiable. Directives, infantilizing policies, and peripherization of public participation can no longer survive the digital revolution and its impact on politics. I believe that the boundaries established by our colonial states and the inherited divide and conquer strategies have fallen to the power of a young, intellectually aware, conscious, and lateral leadership generation. We're at the dawn of a new era of politics, and the spirit in Kenya will undoubtedly reverberate across the continent. But Namibia need not worry, because Your Excellency, I believe that nations led by women will be safe. It is time for men to step back and allow women to take the reins.
Emma, what is ahead for Namibia as a beacon of hope for Africa, and what's your message to the summit?
Well, ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellency, Namibia in the next few months is going to the polls. And that moment, at this particular moment, we're encouraging every person in the country to register to vote, to exercise their civic duty to vote for their next leadership, particularly young people, and even more in particular, young women to register to vote. This year's election expects to have a record number of female presidential candidates in the Republic of Namibia never seen before, where we expect, Aya, to elect our 4th president of the Republic of Namibia and our first female president. And guess what? She is right here.
In the room. Yes. I think the message is clear. We're doing this work because of love. It is with love that we can drive any movement. It is love that brings me here and my sister Emma and Rose here. It is with love for this continent that each of you is here today. So thank you for showing up for women leadership in Africa.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, those were 3 phenomenal, strong African women. Please give them another round of applause. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, as we continue with the 3rd Nalafem Summit here from Windhoek, Namibia, I'm sure just by having witnessed and seen the 3 Nalafem Council members that surely no mistake was made in selecting these phenomenal women to represent Nalafem and all of the projects and ambitions that they have to see the continent's women and girls really being uplifted. So we thank you so much for all the efforts that are being put in place by the Nalafem Council. Now, in the Nalafem Council, we are seeing Pan-African feminist sisterhood and leadership in practice. Throughout today, we will not only see how to breach the gap between policy and implementation, grassroots and government, but also how we move from praxis to practice for multigenerational co-leadership and solidarity, definitely a new model for leadership. Let's now have a look at the screen here to see exactly what the Nalafem Council is doing and what the Council thinks. Let's have a look.
I am Nala because I believe that every woman and girl across the globe deserves to be safe and deserves to have access to her own power.
I am Nala because I believe young African women and girls cannot have their futures determined for them without them.
I am Nala because I believe every woman and girl needs to get quality education, health, and financial means.
I am Nala because I'm phenomenal and I am not born to give up.
I am Nala because I believe in service and community action.
I am Nala because the solidarity of the sisterhood that we have built on the African continent over the years, across generations, is worth to be celebrated.
I am Nala because I confront silencing and silences wherever they may be.
Being a Nalafem Council member, to me, it shows unity. Unity in our struggles, unity in our activism and advocacy. And to me, it just means that we're a step closer in the right direction to achieving what we want to achieve.
It's been invigorating, to say the least. More so because we did not directly dive into work. We did a lot of personal introspection, personal building, and personal check-in. And so that has really reconnected us to ourselves and to our most sacred missions.
The experience of the Nalafem Council Retreat has been really beautiful. Being able to learn about people's experiences in organizing and activism from South Africa and Nigeria all the way to Canada and the US, who are impacted by similar challenges, made me as an organizer feel less isolated in my work and feel more connected to a broader movement.
So for me, Nala is a very important place for nurturing, but also to feel like we are here together in this moment, no matter what is going on outside.
It's an opportunity for young African leaders to converge, to have conversations, to relax, to recoup, and to re-strategize. You know, how are we going to advance the 10 African manifesto demands? How are we going to champion them individually in our countries, but also collectively as the Nalafem collective?
For me, being part of the Nalafem collective is just an opportunity for me to see the world as it should be, where no one is limited based on one's gender, no one is limited based on what you look like or how you look like.
Being a council member of Nalafem Collective means that I'm able to not only do my work in country Namibia, but expand it beyond the scope of that on the African continent and the world.
Ladies and gentlemen, they are not only beautiful, but they are indeed powerful, and I'm sure by having witnessed that video, it gives you enough inspiration to join the Nalafem's family, isn't that? All right, a round of applause for what the Nalafem team does. Now, I have to tell you, in all my years of experience when it comes to broadcasting, I've always felt more comfortable either behind the microphone or behind the camera, not necessarily in front of people like you who are currently staring at me. But I just want to tell you that because I am Nala, I feel confident by your warm embraces and your support, and that we would make the best effort ever, yeah, to accomplish everything that we set out to be. Now, not all could be physically here today, but we have received words of support and love from all of our sisters. Please turn your attention to the screen as we watch on video the message by Her Excellency Amina J. Mohammed, the Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations.
Excellencies, esteemed leaders, champions of gender equality, welcome to the third Nalafem Summit. Since we first gathered at the Generation Equality Forum in 2021, this summit has grown into a powerful movement for progress, bringing together visionaries and advocates dedicated to advancing rights and opportunities for every woman and girl. Today, your discussions focus on intergenerational accountability, the rights of women and girls, ensuring women's safety in political spheres, and advocating for economic empowerment. Digital technology is a common thread across all of these issues. Digitalization holds incredible promise to transform people's lives. They are key to unlocking opportunities for women across all aspects of life, from education and entrepreneurship to politics and civil life. With mobile cellular coverage now reaching 88% of Africans, we have a powerful tool to create a new future for women and girls. But this future means first tackling existing inequalities and threats. The digital gender divide remains a stark reality. Today, only 32% of women and girls in Africa have access to the internet. For those who are connected, the digital world can often be a hostile environment. Approximately 73% of women have faced online violence, while women in leadership roles continue to face significant online threats. The message is clear. Closing the digital divide means ensuring that women and girls have access to the internet and technology, as well as stronger cybersecurity measures and safer digital environments. They must be able to participate in the new digital world without fear. As we harness digital technologies, we must also ensure that algorithms are designed to promote fairness and inclusivity, avoiding the perpetuation of existing biases and inequalities. Unlocking the potential of digital technologies while guarding against its pitfalls and dangers is the focus of the Global Digital Compact. Investing in initiatives like Nalafem and financing digital literacy programs for women are essential to equip our women and girls with the needed skills to thrive in an increasingly digital world. Our Nalafem 100 program is a further example of how we can empower young women and girls and set a precedent for digital inclusion and success. Across all of this work, your relentless dedication, leadership to gender equality, and your tireless advocacy for the rights of girls in Africa and beyond is more important than ever. This summit can be a powerful catalyst for continued action and collaboration to ensure every girl and woman has the tools that she needs to succeed and thrive in the digital world and beyond it. Let's match the ambitions and dreams of girls and women with our own relentless efforts to support them. Let's ensure that they have every opportunity to lend their minds and hearts to shaping a better future for themselves and for the world that we share. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, and I hope that message really inspired you, but also encourages and inspires you to make your own pledges. There is a reason why you have all of these boxes here, Nalafem boxes. These boxes and this piece of paper that you would find on your seat gives you an opportunity not only to partake in the discussions that will be taking place here today, and not only commit yourself by participating by adding your voice to the opinions or the topics that will be discussed here. But it gives you an opportunity to also make those personal pledges, personal commitments that you, in your individual capacity, will contribute, will be committed, that you pledge. Please, when you have the time during the day, fill in these. And this also includes gentlemen. We are not leaving you behind. And put all of those pledges in these boxes. We really welcome you to do so. As we continue with the third Nalafem Summit, this next session is truly a powerful one, because as we do at Nalafem, doing things slightly different, and we are here today to have conversations. And the next conversation is going to be a powerful one. But first of all, join me to please welcome on stage Mrs. Meneshia Munyo, the Namibian Broadcasting Corporation's Chief of News and Programming, basically my big boss, ladies and gentlemen. Please welcome her to the stage, and I will tell you in a short while why she is here. Meneshia Munyo is a well-known Namibian journalist. Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellency and Chief of News and Programming at the Namibian Broadcasting Corporation. With a career spanning several decades, she has become a prominent voice in the media, advocating for social issues and providing a platform for diverse storytelling. I love that, storytelling in Namibia. I am in particular very proud to stand alongside Mrs. Munyo on this stage, as it proves that intergenerational wealth and growth and dialogue not only happens, or Nalafem is not only encouraging that when it comes to politics and activism, but that I'm so proud to stand here because we are 3 generations of women in Namibian media attending the Nalafem Summit, and it starts with my boss, the Chief of News and Programming, myself, Raylan Thomas, and Ilago Shitatala, who will be your Master of Ceremonies at tonight's award later this evening. So indeed, it's a great honor that we are also promoting intergenerational growth in the media sphere. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to walk off the stage because I think I've spoken enough, and cross over to Mrs. Munyo to take it away from me.
Thank you very much, friend. What a privilege. We'll go straight into it because the time is against us. My name is, it was said, Meneshia Munyo. I'm a Nala because I'm there to hold the hand of the upcoming young journalists and take them there far to the table where we are co-leading. Ladies and gentlemen, our audience that are out there, because this is a hybrid platform, those following us digitally, I have the privilege to introduce somebody, unbelievable. So this is somebody I think is most suitable and meets the requirements of Nala and the values to be the patron of the third Nala Summit. When I looked at what Nala stands for in her biography, I actually thought this was not coincidental at all, because the person I will introduce to you shortly has traveled the road where the leaders of Nala are busy paving and traveling on now. And here I'm talking about Her Excellency Dr. Netumbo Ndempelila Francina Nkwanangobe Nandi Ndaitwah, who is going to say that. And as it was referred to already, the presidential candidate of the ruling party, SWAPO. And when you look at her background, really, I think she has been so modest, and sometimes I believe that her humble beginning has not been fully told. She is really one of those people, if you look back, I can just briefly say because time is against us. So when you look at that, what I highlighted from her, a young girl from Onamtai, who joined SWAPO at the tender age of 14 and left Namibia in 1974. When I looked at what she was doing, whether it's at the UN or at the continental level, or just here in SADC, because at times she was based in Lusaka, Zambia, she was based in Dar es Salaam. She will address students at the universities, mainly in Dar es Salaam, that university. She will go and talk to the political students there. There is so much. When you were talking about Resolution 435, Okatokolifo, she was part of that delegation. She attended the pre-implementation meetings. When you come back home, we can't even talk about that and finish. When she came back home, 1989, those who have been following her career, she was the Director General of the Department of Women's Affairs. That was also a ministerial rank. And then when you check that, she was even our Minister of Broadcasting, Information and Broadcasting. There is so much. She was the Minister of Environment, which means she is really taking a lot. And when you take her off the political stage, she was busy with the youth. At a time, she was the leader. She played netball, and she was the captain of that team. When it comes to the youth, the Girl Guides, she was there. There was really a lot she was into, but again, I've been warned about the time that at home, I actually thought, should I say this or not? At home, she is known as a mother with a strong baby rep, or dikwa. It is said that that strap, everybody has placed there. And that it means when you put your child on the back, the support and comfort you get, child can go to sleep. That's how she's known here at home. That's what she's saying, that everybody fits there, regardless of your background and status. That's what we're talking about. So for now, to cut it short, let's welcome Her Excellency Dr. Netumbo Ndaitwah to the stadium for them. Again, Dr. Netumbo Ndaitwah, the presidential candidate of the SWAPO party for the elections in November 2024. Dr. Ndaitwah, the theme of the third summit of NALA is the right of women to lead. How do you understand that theme? Here to start setting the stage.
This theme is really telling it all. And I think those who thought of it, they went deeper into where we are coming from. And when we say women's right to lead, we have to understand leadership is to lead wherever you are. And really, it's time for women to lead. Hence, a summit like this one. And truly, women are ready, and the world is ready for women leaders.
Thank you very much, yes. How do you view the current global landscape regarding women's rights to lead and get into these high positions?
When one thing of where we are coming from, particularly that it was not until 1919 when women were allowed to vote and later on to be voted. And you have to think of this, thinking also where we are coming from in the creation. So it's such a long period. But from 1919 to now, and just see how the whole women participation has been developing, maybe the pace has been reducing constantly. For example, one of the bodies, the international body one can think of is the United Nations, and particularly the General Assembly, where we can consider it to be the World Parliament. At least by 1953, we were able to produce a woman president of the General Assembly, a lady from India. And of course, moving forward, in the 60s, we have also seen women coming into the leadership. But I have to tell you, it was a challenge. And really, for us to understand where we come from, there was a challenge in the sense that when you come to the women getting into the leadership, the support they were getting from the society was very limited. Limited in the sense that I remember in the 60s, most women who were coming into the leadership, they even sacrificed their families. And that is when you go to the research, you'll find it, that there was no that strong support. But when we came to the 70s, the situation started changing a little bit. Now, where we are backed by the laws. So we are seeing many countries who are adopting gender-friendly laws. And that's where I say the situation now is more friendly, but not completely. We still have a long way to go. And you have really to, as a woman, you need to redouble your efforts in a manner that, because when looking at a woman, they don't look at an individual. They look at the whole women family. It's unlike when they are looking at men, you can be singled out as a certain so-and-so. But for a woman, it's a woman, and it cannot be Netumbo. When you do something, which maybe the society feel could not be done, they will not put it on Netumbo, but they would rather say, you see now women what they are doing. So that's why I say we still have a long way to go, but we are in a better, friendly environment. We just have to find a way how we can manage it so that we can see that there is a clear understanding within the society to respect the role of both men and women in our development.
Indeed, Your Excellency, and I understand that we are backed by laws now to advance women, and there is no doubt in my mind that a woman can really perform, but still you find perceptions where people want to scrutinize and closely come to this particular individual, doubting the leadership of a woman. Have you in any way encountered something like that? And how could it be, or can it be really overcome?
Yes, I have encountered that situation. And I can say this to share with the young generation as they are coming, to understand that things are not so easy. When I went into exile, of course, before I left, I didn't have any problem being the chairman. So that time I'm saying it as we used to say it. The chairman of the SWAPO Youth League in Ovamboland, which is northern Namibia. And I didn't have a problem as such. In fact, when I left in exile, I was in a group, we were 5 in a group. There were 4 men and myself. And as the chairperson, I was the leader of the group. And really, we were traveling, and I could see they were accepting the leadership. Then now went into exile. One of my assignments was a chief representative in Lusaka. Now, the interesting part is there was a chief representative. The chief representative was assigned to another responsibility. But for 1 year, I was a deputy chief representative without a chief representative. I did not complain. I did not complain. I say, let me just do my work. And in looking at it, it was a way that you have to test whether can she really become a chief representative. So it was after that, then I have to be a chief representative. So these are the things. But when you know what you're supposed to do, don't try really to make life difficult for you. Just do what you are doing. Just do what you are doing. Because a title is good. However, the outcome is the best. Yeah. So that is really what I can share. Yes. That you are always on a test. And you better just do what you think is necessary to be done, not for yourself, but for the people you're supposed to serve.
Indeed, Your Excellency. You know, when she was the chief representative in Central Africa, it was the time the frontline states were very active supporting the liberation struggle in Southern Africa. And she has to attend various meetings that had to do with the liberation struggle. And when you look at her biography, we learn that she had a permanent seat on the flight of the then president of Tanzania, and she was nicknamed Mama Waswapo, which is almost correlating with the mother figure that I just referred to here. So that was the time. Can you briefly say that?
Yes. In fact, after being SWAPO representative in Central Africa, which was based in Lusaka, I was then made the chief representative to East Africa, based in Dar es Salaam. And there was another responsibility, because then the OAU Liberation Committee was based in Dar es Salaam. So I was then representing also SWAPO there. And it's true that was now the time of the intense negotiations on the independence of Namibia that finally led to the adoption of Resolution 435. And the frontline states, which was under the chair of President Mwalimu Kambarage Nyerere, President of the United Republic of Tanzania, were very active at the time. And I want to confirm it's true that every time wherever there is a summit, President Nyerere has given me a permanent seat on his plane. Basically, I was like part of the Tanzanian delegation. And that is where now I have really come to realize how important it is for any young person to be in the company of highly experienced people. And if you do not adopt a negative attitude, you can learn a lot. And because being now closer to people like Mwalimu, traveling with him on the plane, and you know sometimes 2-3 hours, you cannot be silent. There would be some serious discussions, and in this case related to the liberation struggle, not only for your country, but for Africa. And being now the SWAPO chief representative, it's true, he decided just to know me as Mama wa SWAPO. And I remember in Beijing, where I was serving as the rapporteur general of that conference, and President Nyerere came, and then he spotted, he said, Mama wa SWAPO, injo kuno, injo. So these are some of the things that you need to be focused and really to learn in order to understand the world around you. And a person like Nyerere is a person where you can really be empowered for the rest of your life on how to work with different generations. Coming now to work with the youth, in fact, I must say I might be one of the lucky people that in addition to being a young person and working with young people, when I finally got my first diploma outside Namibia, and that is what I got now at the Lenin High Consumer School, the focus was on how to work with the youth. And when you are working with the youth, how do you try to understand what are their needs? How do you try to fit into what they want to be done? And how would you also guide them? Because they must always be two things put together for you to get a perfect outcome in whatever you are doing. And that's where really one comes to admire the intergenerational, because you must enrich one another. The young generation, the old generation, because as an older one, you have your experience. As for the young ones, they are exploring. And really, if you put the two together, then you'll be able to get a product that can serve the situation in which you are at a one particular point in time.
Yes. Indeed, Your Excellency, you just touched on a key point. The latest census of Namibia has clearly indicated that 71.1% constitute young people under the age of 35. And then we also have women that are more than male. Now, being a presidential candidate, especially the young people, are looking at you and say, should you become a president, what commitment are you going to make for this majority of the population of Namibia, and how can the rest of Africa learn from there, not really undermining what you have been doing with the young people already? Your story tells it all.
Yes, it's true. Our statistics just came out and told us that 71% of the Namibian population are young people from 0 to 35. Now, as to your question, what should I do or we do as a party in order to serve this population of ours? In fact, we have started already to serve this population of ours. First and foremost, very few, if any, Namibian women who deliver not in a health facility. I'm starting there because the age we are talking is from 0. So, which means we have to take care of this generation, not even at the time of their birth, but rather take care of them as they are carried by their mothers in their womb. And that's why every Namibian woman have access to antenatal care. And that's why they deliver in a health facility, because we want to make sure that our children from 0, they are taken care of. HIV/AIDS has been a challenge since Namibia got independence. We got our independence at the time when the world was dealing with HIV/AIDS. And we were bold enough to introduce the antiviral treatments. And now we have even been recognized worldwide that we are almost at a 0 in as far as the mother-to-child transmission. So we are taking care of that generation. We go further. As we stand now, 99% of a Namibian child has access to education, which means from pre-primary, 99%, they are now, our enrollment rate has come to 99%. So we are taking care of that generation. We go further. Primary education is free. This, again, we are taking care of that generation up to the secondary school. Of course, there are times when parents might make donations to their specific schools. So that one is allowed. But no school should prevent a child from entering school if the parents are not in position to give that generation, to give that donation. So we are taking care of that generation. Then we come to the universities. We have introduced a program of student grants. And every Namibian child or students who qualify, they are paid by the government through that program. Some they can get it as a grant, some they can get it as a loan, but all of them who qualify, so we are taking care of. Currently, when we passed our budget, we have even reduced the taxes when it comes to buying houses. And this is now to benefit the young professionals who are just coming in. So we are really taking care of this generation. And there's quite a lot of programs by the government to support the young entrepreneurs, to support our youth, to support the women. Specifically, I can talk about agriculture. I'm very passionate about agriculture. And I'm so happy that quite a number of young Namibian women and boys, girls and boys, they are now getting interested in agriculture. As a result of that, through the agri-bank, we can now give them loans which are collateral free. However, they have to be mended. So we are really having those programs, and we will continue. Another thing that we are passionate about it is the development of sports and the creative industry. And really to look into other things like, I was very happy when I was reading in some of your boxes here. There's one which is written mental health.
Yes.
And mental health is something that we have to take very seriously. We are taking it very seriously because of its impact on our young people. So these are really the issues that make us to take care of these young people in Namibia. Now, for the 50-50 that you asked me, how did we got there? I believe, and I think I might be right, our political history, the history of apartheid, could have also helped us. Because knowing that during the liberation struggle, we had the three fronts of our struggle: political, military, and diplomacy. And women were the ones who were really taking care of the fighters when they are in the country. Diplomatically, women were part of the diplomatic campaign. As chief representative, of course, I was one of them, maybe single one, but you had women who were really attending international conference, engaging in this diplomatic front. And then those who were in the army, the People's Liberation Army of Namibia. So now when we got independence, we say we cannot go back there. We must remain together and we cannot allow discrimination. So that is what I believe has brought us where we are. And even when we got our 50-50 within the party structure, something that took us 3 years to ponder around on how we should allow this 50-50. Our last Congress of the party has also now decided to find a way how we can have the quota for the young people. Wow. And I'm throwing it to the young people of SWAPO Party, the SWAPO Youth League. Do what the women have done. Yes. When a principal decision was taken that we must have a 50-50 and put in the Constitution, I said it took us 3 years having different workshops. Comrade Kahungu is here, our secretary for Women's Council. Different workshops until we found a formula. So our young people, we are there to help you. You must now start to think what could be the formula to be used so that we can implement that decision of our Congress. So it must be something which is scientifically done, clearly stipulated, understood by all of us, and then a final decision can be taken.
Thank you very much. It's time for a few questions from the floor, but if my producer can allow me, there is a question on the media. I know that the campaign will start in earnest after October 16th, that's in Namibia, when the Electoral Commission of Namibia will confirm officially the candidates for various political parties and independent candidates. Now, as a presidential candidate, what has been your experience when it comes to media coverage? The media portrayal sometimes may differ, and being a female candidate, there may be some biases as a perception is or real between the two. Your experience, please, Your Excellency.
Anyway, I don't think I have really seen much thus far in our media, in as far as the 2024 elections concerned. Yes, you are right. The campaign would start in earnest when the Electoral Commission formally accepted all the nominations. But currently, there's quite a number of activities that are taking place. I have to tell you, as I'm sitting here, I'm waited to go and launch the SWAPO Party website and the SWAPO Party radio programs that we are going to run from Radio Energy. It's not a public broadcaster. It's our own. It's a SWAPO own radio. And as from today, our programs are going to run. So maybe it will be at that point that we will be able to see what will be the reaction of the media. But I must say the past 2 months, I have been very active on the road. Those who are following the social media, there's a lot of activities in which Netumbo and other SWAPO leaders are involved. But the main media, I think they are maybe still trying to draw up their strategies. But there is good coverage like you when, yeah, the main media, but the social media is doing their part. Yeah, so, but the national issues are covered, like last day before yesterday. I had a good coverage, but that is because it was not really an election as such. We were remembering the life of one of our veterans, and it was covered live on all NBC platforms, which was really good. So, but the campaign is on, and I will still campaign to say, our people, please come out and register. Register is your passport, and I want to tell you that when I'm asking you to go and register and vote, I'm asking you to vote for SWAPO Party and its presidential candidate, Netumbo Ndaitwah. So that's what I can say. And really for the youth, we have been engaging with the youth. I've been really engaging with the youth of late. And I'll continue to engage you. Because as I said, I know what the youth of Namibia wants. Employment, you want it. Quality service, you want it. And we must do it together. This program we have started, they are meant for that. And I need you so that we can implement them together in order to bring prosperity in this country.
Thank you very much. We heard that she's being expected somewhere else. Any question from the floor?
But that should not deter you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, Ade. May you please introduce yourself briefly when you pose that question? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Your Excellency, the VP, the Vice President, and the presidential candidate of the upcoming elections. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Deborah Maniel. I come from South Sudan, the youngest country in Africa.
Wow, thank you.
And I am a Nala. As they were projecting the pictures there, my photo appeared somewhere. And that is why I am here. In my country, I am a PS, Permanent Secretary for the Ministry of Youth and Sports. Before that, I was a Minister of Labor and Public Service. So both are political positions. And it's a challenge as a young person to reach up to here. So Your Excellency, I am still having the ambition of maybe reaching somewhere, maybe not where you have reached now, but somewhere. And other young women who are in this room can you share with us, just in 1 minute or two, how we can navigate our way through to reach where you are today? That's my first question. The second is, my country has an affirmative action of 35% of women participation in all the areas of the decision making, but we are struggling to reach there. How did Namibia reach the 50-50? Can you share with us the formula that you have used to achieve that? Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. On your first question, my advice is don't compete with anybody. Just be yourself and never think anybody could be a threat to you. It's only your own work that will make you to move. As I stand here, I sit here, I have worked with many young people, and I can proudly say I mentor them. How do I say that? Almost every ministry I went, when I left, my deputy became a minister. When I was a minister of women, when I left, my deputy became a minister. When I was a minister of environment and tourism, when I left, my deputy became a minister. At the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, I have produced 2 ministers. The current minister of International Relations and Cooperation was my deputy. The current minister in the office of the president was my deputy. And I have to tell you, there were some people who came and say, you are letting your deputies too much, giving them too much power. Aren't you afraid to, they may outmaneuver you or anything? And I'm telling you, this is the truth. I said, I'm not threatened by anybody. And the fact that they are deputy ministers, I'm a minister, is not because I know more than them. It's only that a position can only be held by one person. So therefore, I cannot be selfish in molding them, in working with them, for them to know what should be done. Because I don't believe on a person that you are in a position, and then when you are leaving, you are saying you cannot find anybody to take your place. You are a failure. Yeah. You are a failure. You must be a mender. You must be a mender. And what do you want me to say?
Yes.
When she came in the ministry, she came, when she was appointed the parliament, she came to my office and said, Netumbo, I want you to be my mentor. Yes, she came. And she was working with my first minister because I introduced in this country the idea of the children's parliament. And I sold it until it went through. And I was happy for her to be the first speaker of the Namibia Children's Parliament. And you can see where she is now. So that is the secret, my dear colleague. Don't compete with anybody. Don't be threatened by anybody, because when you are in the position of leadership and you are surrounded with good people, it's you who's shining. And let others also shine. Now, about now how we reached the 50-50 in the party. In summary, as I said, first we discussed at the party level, and then the Congress decided we must have 50-50 women in all party structure. And the Constitution went to say, and it should be a zebra list. It should be a zebra, with the exception of the top 4. Here again, I had a discussion with my former Secretary for Women Affairs, that's Comrade Eunice. She was saying, no, Netumbo, even the top 4 should be zebra. I said, please hold on. We should not allow the top 4 to be zebra. Because if we allow the top 4 to be zebra, it will take us time. There will be always, the men will be the president, the woman will be a vice president, the secretary general will be a man, the deputy will be a woman. So we will end up for a long time just to be deputy, deputy, deputy. So let us leave the top 4 open. So that, like now, at our last Congress, you have now the president, a man, may his soul rest in eternal peace, the vice president, a woman, who is myself, and then the secretary general, a woman. At least because you have only 2 offices there. So it's the office of the president is led by a man, the office of the secretary general by a woman. So that's why I say, please, let's not insist on the 4 to be 50, I mean a zebra. That was going to be dangerous. But now you can have a president is a woman, a secretary general is a woman. It's not a problem because the Constitution did not talk about a zebra. So that is how we got it. And even in our parliament now, when we have our list as a SWAPO party, it's always a man and a woman. And like this time, the first person in our list is going to be a woman because that will be our secretary general because she's a woman. And then the second will be a man. Yeah, it's deputy secretary general is a man. And then the third person will be a woman. So it will always just be like that. That's how we reached the 50-50 in our parliament.
Yeah. Ooh. Thank you very much. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Your Excellencies and beautiful women I'm seeing here, and also the men too. My name is Faith Waziri. I am from Nigeria. I work with Women in Politics Forum and a part of a network of Women's Democracy Network in Africa. So my question to you, Ma, when you were speaking, when we were reading your profile, and what struck out to me is that you're now the presidential candidate of your party, which is your ruling party. Now, in my country, we don't have proportional representation, so the fight is done at candidacy level when you're up for primaries to emerge as who becomes the candidates of the party, and we do not have independence candidacy in my country. So I want to know how you were able to navigate party primaries, because that is one point that they've been able to use to take out a lot of women from the race in Nigeria. They would bring in zoning, they would bring in a lot of issues. And we know that once we don't have enough women that get on the ballot of parties, we cannot then push, our chances of getting women elected then reduces. So I want to know how you've been able to navigate political party primaries. And also for quota system, like I said earlier, we do not have a proportional system of government. We have first past the post. So we've been trying to see how we could pass a bill that would have reserved seats for women in the national parliament and state parliament, but it's been difficult to do. So I want you to also share some tips on how we think that we'll be able to lobby parliament, really, to be able to pass these bills. And also, I want to ask, we call this shooting your shot in Nigeria, when we're speaking about how you've been mentoring over the years and how you've also mentored Honorable MIA. I also want to be someone that you would mentor, a mentee going forward. Yeah. I'm shooting my shots now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, briefly on how one overcome the party primary, that's another thing. You know, in Namibia, you have the party, like I'm now talking about the SWAPO party. You have party structures. And our system is very democratic, from the sections, the branches, the district, the region, up to the national level. And when you come now to the positions for the national leadership, you need the support of all these people because they are the ones finally who come to the Congress. So it is not a once-off exercise for you to reach there. It has to come a long, long way because you must be in contact with all the party structures, Yeah, maybe they are telling me now about the event, but I'll be there.
Yeah.
Yeah, the party structures in order for them to realize what you can do for them. First, you must really be honest and sincere when it comes to party activities. That's very, very important. You are informed. A person like me, I joined at a very early age. And my focus on the party is always to do things in the best interest of the people, party members. And I think comments like Beans, who I'm seeing in the room, whom we have known each other more than anybody I can spot in this room, she knows exactly what I'm talking about. So we had a very intense, for the first time in 2022, when it comes now to this position, because our constitution, our rules says, the president of the party, when we are going for elections, automatic is our presidential candidate. Except if for one reason or the other, the president cannot be, then automatic is the vice president. Now, we had our last Congress in 2022. And there we knew that our late president was not going to be available because he was in his second term. So it was now clear that whoever is going to emerge as the vice president, automatic is our presidential candidate. And the program was arranged that we must go to every region in Namibia. We were 3 candidates in this race for the vice president. And it was made very open. You go and present yourself to party members in an open discussion, and then they can finally take a decision. So then when we came to the Congress, I got the highest vote. But it took 3 months, all of us together, going across the country, talking to delegates, and then present yourself. But as I say, it does not start on those 3 months. It's a question, how do you really do your work in the party, and how do party members understand you? Are you with them? Do you find time to be engaging them, or you don't find the time? So it's an issue for people to understand you so that they will see you'll be able to save them. So it really differs from one structure to another because ours is a party that is working all the time. As I was sharing with the leadership there, that as a minister, you hardly have to find time to go to the people. But because I know particularly how you should work with the young people and how to understand them, you always make a space for them. Finally, I can share you, colleagues, if you are in a political space and you are going to the people, never be in a hurry when you are having engagement with the public. You decided to go to them, it's their day. They don't see you all the time, and don't shy away from any questions. It's the only way you will understand them and you'll be able to serve them better. and don't make empty promises. Don't make, if you say, I'm doing this and I'm going to come back, you have to go back. You must go back. If you say, I will do this for you, do it. Don't try to think maybe, because they are your boss basically. And they need to, you must have a trust. You must build a trust between you and the people that you want to lead. If you break the trust, then you are finished. Even your programs of nation building will not go ahead. Trust is very important. Honesty is very important in dealing with the people.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, we have to cut off now. Time is really against us. Okay, that's with the permission. There is a gentleman who has a question also. I know that you...
You know, I felt like I had to ask a question because, you know, I'm one of the few men here, so I had to represent men. So thank you very much for acknowledging. My name is Clarence Muniba. I'm from Liberia. And so many people know that Liberia produced the first democratically elected president, a female president, Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, who I worked for, and I worked for so long that I feel uncomfortable if a woman is not my boss. So, but I worked for her for almost 12 years. She made me Minister of State, head of the electricity sector. So I honestly feel that women, and I want to tell a quick story. She was touring, we were touring one day, and she went to a little kid who was 5 or 6. And she said, what do you want to be when you grow up? He said, I want to be vice president. She said, why not president? He said, well, because presidents are for women. So that's how much, but the one thing that the people of Liberia did, the women of Liberia did, is that they were very resolute in 2005 to vote for Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, especially the market women, to the point that they actually started to steal the voting cards of their sons or people who were not going to vote for Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. The women even threatened not to have relations with their husbands. So it got very serious to the point that the women of Liberia decided that they wanted to have a female president. So then the question comes here to Namibia. How are the women taking and embracing this challenge? Are they truly focused on ensuring that Namibia produces a woman president? Simply because if the women stick together, then this campaign is over. It's over. If the women stick together, the campaign is over. And the last thing I will say is that in the United States, I was there when Hillary Clinton ran for president. And to be frank with you, the women did not stick with her. That's why she did not win. So again, the question comes back to the women of Namibia. Are they truly ready for a female president? Thank you very much.
No, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. And I'm happy that you brought in Meme Helen Sirleaf. It's one of my mentors. When we were preparing for the Beijing conference, at that time she was the UNDP African Bureau head. And personally, as the chief negotiator for the African group, we were really relying on her support, even using her office. And I tell you one thing that we share a birthday. We are both babies of the 29 October, of course, different years. And I remember after her first attempt, we visited each other. She came here. I was then a Minister of Women Affairs. I invited her. I say, come over. And there will be another time coming. And the other time came. And then we celebrated together. And Namibia was her first country to visit, pay a state visit as a president of Liberia. So we are in touch also with her. And for your last part, I really don't want to disturb this, but let the right person tell us whether Namibian women are ready.
You have another mic there?
Please
give her the mic. Or should I give it to her?
I quickly want to intervene before I hand over. We are streaming this event live, as I informed you earlier in the beginning, and there is a question, Your Excellency, from Nigeria online.
Just hold on. Can we give her a chance quickly?
Thank you very much.
No problem, no problem. Please go ahead.
Your Excellency, I take this chance as an instruction to say, from now on, you go on, advocate, lobby, and tell Namibian women and Namibian men to rally behind Comrade Netumbo Ndaitwah. That is the instruction I got from here. So, but the question on if women, Namibian women are ready. Are we ready? But remember, actions speaks louder than words. We are ready, but we have to do more. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay, yes, friend, that's your question now.
So there is somebody saying, I'm watching and have a question from Nigeria. What challenges, Your Excellency, have you faced, and I'm paraphrasing now, in your political career, and how did you overcome it? That's a question from a viewer online from Nigeria.
Thank you very much. I think the challenges that I have faced might not be different from some of other women. First, the society never believed in the women leadership. And when I talk about the society, I'm talking about society in totality, both men and women. They did not believe on equality. And what I gave, the example I gave earlier, of being first made a deputy chief representative without a chief representative.
Yes.
It tells it all. But I must tell you, I realized it, but I decide I'm not going to complain. I'll just move forward. That is one thing. The other one is the issue of our own perception. You do things and people think that maybe you should have not done so. I remember when one time it was a Saturday and one of our colleagues, a lady, visited me. And when she found I was doing my laundry, she really felt, why do you have to do that? Why do you have to do that? So now that again, it makes me to think, am I really doing something wrong? Do I have to be saved? Or I have to do it myself? So those are really just the issues that, and sometimes you are saying something in a very serious way, and then the joke comes, yeah, let us take it because a woman is talking. That is very disturbing. You are not taking it because it matters. You are taking it because a woman is talking, or you are making a point, and then somebody say, no, let us listen, now women are talking. It's just one person who is talking, and you are making it women. It can be easily disempowering if you are not careful. So those things, they keep coming up. They keep coming up, and but you have just to overcome them. You have just to overcome them and just be yourself and to be focused. But those challenges will be there. One thing, if you don't have the support in the family, is another problem. Just our husbands, they can break your career if they don't have that support, if they don't want a woman to advance. So these are some of the challenges, but I must tell you, I'm one of the lucky people that I have not experienced that. And from 83 up to now, I continue to be comfortably in my family. And my husband and the children are very supportive.
Yes. Thank you very much. Talking about family, she's a mother, 3 sons, and the husband is the former Chief of Defense Force of Namibia, retired Lieutenant General Epaphras Denga Ndaitwah. Okay, we now have to go to the commitment that you made, Your Excellency.
There's a journalist dying.
Okay. Okay, you're given a chance. That's your time, please, your question.
Thank you, Honorable. My name is Sylvia Shandali, a journalist from the Namibia Press Agency. In recent events, Namibia has declared the common law offense of sodomy unconstitutional and invalid. As a presidential candidate, kindly share your opinion on that. Thank you.
Yes, you know that I'm also a lawmaker, and that issue is a legal issue. And you heard that the government is studying the ruling. The same applies. I have also mentioned it in one of our meetings, that SWAPO Party, we have directed our legal department to study the court ruling, and then it will take it from there. So that remains the position, as our Department for Legal Affairs has not yet come back to the leadership.
Thank you very much. Can we go to the commitment now, Your Excellency, that you have just made there? Yes. What did you commit there to do for Nala?
Okay, I, Netumbo Ndaitwah, endorses African Young Women Beijing Plus 25 Manifesto. I commit to demand 10 on intergenerational co-leadership.
Yes.
I pledge to gather women across generations to ensure effective progress, system, and culture for women to have the right to lead.
Thank you. And as we wrap up, this dialogue has been a keynote address for the 3rd summit of Nala. I know to some of us, we were used to having speeches, but this came actually different. And I think going forward, especially when you have young people in your midst, we're going to see so many ways of doing things. So Her Excellency is now going to officially open the 3rd summit of Nala by doing what is expected of that. I don't want to say it. And there she is now. Your Excellency, that's your time. Can you officially open the summit?
So, first to the President, to the Chair, Dr. Mampal, and all. Once again, thank you for choosing Namibia to be the host of the 3rd summit. And for me to be the patron. I sincerely thank also our Minister of Information Communication Technology, who has served me so well as the patron, and by taking care of our guests and all the preparations that has gone with it. Yes, the theme, women's right to lead. And in Namibia, we are in the election year. And when we talk about women to lead, we are not just talking about women to lead as president. We are talking women to lead holistically. Our elections are presidential and parliamentarian elections. And we are expecting that we should have a balanced parliament in terms of men and women and in terms of the young and old. So therefore, the Namibian, as we are making our choices, those should be our guiding principle so that we can have the truly intergenerational. And intergenerationals, we talk about young men and young women. If we have really to ensure that our developmental programs are focused and addressing the real needs of our people. So I welcome you all to Namibia, those who came from other countries. And for Namibians, there's the chance for you to learn and also to share your experience with your colleagues from other African countries. Africa is our continent, and Africa should not continue to be a continent of resources, but a continent of poor people. We must make use of our resources to address poverty in the African continent. We must also make Africa a continent of peace. Peace and stability is a prerequisite for development. And as your leaders, we have and I have confidence and hope on the youth of Africa to turn things around and ready to share our experience that can strengthen you and make you to think further so that Africa can play her position. With this, is now my honor and privilege to declare the third Nalafem Summit officially opened.
Yes, we can now stand up. Okay, with that, my colleagues, that's Her Excellency, the Vice President of Namibia, SWAPO Party's presidential candidate, Dr. Netumbo. What did I say? Then Telila Francina Kwanangobe. Ndaitwah. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Your Excellency, for having joined us. Ladies and gentlemen, it's good to see you. Thank you so much. Thank you for being smile. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause as the Nalafem Council walks out the Vice President of the Republic of Namibia, who spent so much time with us. And I think it says a lot, doesn't it, about the safe space we were talking about earlier on, that everybody has the right to be heard, respected, understood. And I'm sure the Vice President, Your Excellency, she certainly felt at home. And that's why she spent more time with us this morning at the Nalafem Summit. She is making her way out. As she announced earlier, she has other commitments to attend to, but we appreciate the fact that she took the time to actually be here at the third Nalafem Summit here in Windhoek, Namibia. Thank you so much, Your Excellency. Please have a seat. Now, I'm sure you've noticed that we we're kind of behind now that the vice president has left. So I'm gossiping a bit. Don't tell anybody. So we're kind of behind, but we will nevertheless continue with the program. I'm just not sure, Reem, we continue? Yeah? All right, we will continue while we wait for the Nala Council to return. And I quickly want to share with you that the UNFPA has been a great partner for women to reclaim their right to lead. We want now you to please focus on the screens here in front of you as we listen and watch to a video message sent to us by Dr. Natalia, the UNFPA Executive Director.
Greetings of peace, young sisters of Nalafem. May I remind you of something that the activist Angela Davis once said, quote, "You have to act as if it were possible to radically transform the world, and you have to do it all the time." Are you ready to transform this world? I hope so, because there are so many signs that you are already doing it. I would like to thank Nalafem. Thank you for organizing the summit. It's important that women reassert their right to lead. At UNFPA, the United Nations Sexual and Reproductive Health Agency, we strongly believe that there is transformative power in women's leadership. The focus of Nalafem this year on safety for women in politics, financial freedom through technology, and intergenerational accountability all resonate with the work of UNFPA and our mission. When women exercise their rights and choices without harm, when women and girls are educated, economically empowered, then they grab that seat at the table and they shape the fate of humanity. UNFPA advocates for strong legal frameworks and the protective measures we need to ensure that women leaders can be safe, that safety extends into their participation into the political and the public sphere. And that should be true online and in real life. We know that digital violence can be used to harm and to attempt to silence women. And that certainly includes female politicians and women activists. Everyone has the right to use technology, free from fear, free from intimidation. And that is why UNFPA's #BodyRight campaign calls upon policymakers, tech companies, and social media platforms to take action when online bullying occurs, when misogyny populates social media spaces. So, action to make sure that sphere is safe. Now, the counterside is that we know that technology can and should be a force for the good. There are new digital tools that have made sexual and reproductive health care and knowledge about individual rights much more readily available. In East and Southern Africa, for example, UNFPA uses artificial intelligence to collect real-time data, and that's improving interventions and engaging communities. We would need to address disparities in access, of course. Not everybody has a computer at hand. Not everybody has a smartphone. But we can close that digital gender divide, especially in Africa and especially in the poorest communities where so much talent resides and where that need is most acute. This is the year that the world is marking 30 years since the groundbreaking ICPD Program of Action. In Cairo, in 1994, world leaders unanimously agreed to put women and girls at the center of development. Make it happen. The ICPD, that international conference, radically altered the ways in which the world views women and women's place in this world. Back then, it was young, courageous, pioneering feminists who changed the world. 30 years later, we're much better off. And I would like to highlight the role of Black women in the United States of America who coined the term reproductive justice and who were leaders in that movement for reproductive justice. Yet the quest for gender equality, for women's empowerment, it is not confined to any one generation. I agree with Nalafem that we all need to work together. We need to learn from each other and to transcend any barrier that tries to divide us, just as the women of the world did in Cairo at ICPD. Sisterhood is powerful. Allyship is powerful, especially with people of sexual diversities. Women's leadership, powerful. So allow me to leave you with this beautiful poem by Ambassador Abna Busia. She hails from Ghana, and the poem is titled Liberation. We are all mothers, and we have that fire within us of powerful women whose spirits are so angry we can laugh beauty into life and still make you taste the salty tears of our knowledge. My dear sisters, let us tap into that fire within us. Let us march together towards rights and choices and true freedom. And let us show the world what can happen when women lead. Thank you.
And that was the powerful message by the UNFPA Executive Director, Dr. Natalia. We thank her for also being in solidarity here at the summit, even if she can't be here in person. We also quickly just want to take the time to please encourage you, remember the pledges and the commitments we talked about earlier on, that you should feel welcome. You can take the time to, write out those pledges and do put them in this absolutely beautiful, colorful boxes that you see here in front of you. And now we're going to move on. All right? Okay. Are you ready to put your pledges in? All right. Let me see what you got. I'm not going to read it. I just want you to put it in the box. Please. Feel free. South Sudan, beautiful. Certainly, women didn't have to take too long to make those pledges, to make those commitments. Thank you so much for taking the time to do that. Okay, and where is Aisha? She can just put it in. All right. We thank you so much for having put your pledges in the boxes here in front. You can still continue to do so during the course of the summit. And please feel free to move a little bit forward. You don't have to just sit at the back. So please move forward. You can even sit next to Aya. She does not bite. So please, let's move forward. You can move forward. Let's join together. Let's become more cozy. Create that safe space. You saw what that safe space the Nalafem Summit creates did to the Vice President. She did not want to leave. And she wanted to continue answering all these questions. Aya, I warned you. All right. Would you like to share your pledge? Do you mind? All right. Reem, microphone. We would like to give an opportunity to a gentleman that I think asked one of the most powerful questions ever. One of the most powerful on the continent. Can I have a microphone, colleagues? we want to share some of the pledges, the commitments being made by you, by some of you, while we await for the next session at the third Nalafem Summit to resume. Here you go. All right, so let's give you an opportunity to this representative from Liberia.
From Liberia.
All right. He has made a commitment, so let's hear what he has to say. Testing 1, 2. I hope, yeah. It was mine.
Okay, so I, Clarence Muniba, endorse Africa Young Women. Everybody knows the rest. What I committed to was number 2, gender-based violence. And the reason I chose that is because obviously we men, not me personally, but we men are the perpetrators for the most part. And even in Liberia, even though it is illegal and there are repercussions, it's never implemented. So the key for me would be helping to make sure that we implement, the laws. Because normally, generally in Liberia, what we do, if there's any type of gender-based violence, we normally say, let's go talk it under the palava hut. That's what we say. Mm-hmm. So then the person who perpetrates or the person who is violent, they never go to jail. So then there's no repercussions. So therefore it happens again and again. So that's why I decided to take number 2, criminalizing gender-based violence, to make sure that we implement the rules and the laws to make sure that it stops happening. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Anybody else? Thank you so much. Very powerful indeed. Anybody else who would like to share their pledge, their commitment? Young lady, please come and join me here. We'd love to hear. Please tell us what's your name and where you're from.
Okay, hi, my name is Asante Onongo Katiti. I am an indigenous woman of Namibia. I'm Heng San. So I'm representing indigenous women. I am pledging to, and I'm committing to demand number 10 on intergenerational co-leadership. And I pledge to mentor young women in order to ensure skills, governance, and leadership succession. Because I truly believe that leadership and the continuation of women filling up spaces requires mentorship. We only don't want to fill the position temporarily, but ensuring that there's a ladder that we put down on ensuring that we educate women on what does governance look like, educate women on what does leadership look like. Mm-hmm. So that is the commitment that I'm making in every space that I occupy.
Thank you so much. That indeed is very powerful. And I think it speaks volumes, and it's an extension of what the Vice President was saying earlier about the important role of mentorship. So we really appreciate your point. All right, we're moving on with the third Nalafem Summit here in Windhoek, Namibia. And I'm going to introduce to you what we are calling at the third third Nalafem Summit, Spotlight Sessions, yeah? And Spotlight Sessions are inspiring thought pieces by speakers with calls to action. So there's a number of ways that you can do it, not necessarily through just your pledges and your commitments, but also through performances. So I want to introduce somebody extraordinary, and her name is Aisha Yesufu. She's a Nigerian activist and co-founder of the #BringBackOurGirls movement, which advocated for the return of abducted Chibok schoolgirls. I'm sure you would know, if you especially followed news and current affairs events around the world, about that story. Known for her outspoken stance on social justice and human rights, she has been a prominent figure in various protests, including the #EndSARS movement against police brutality in Nigeria. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Aisha to the stage or to the fore.
I am Nala. Of course, I am Nala, and I expected that I was going to get more applause than that. So give me a round of applause. I am Nala, and I believe that every woman must be financially independent. Someone asked from Nigeria and said, what do they do to us during primaries? One of the ways they edge women out is with money. And financial independence is something that every woman must aim for, must go for, and not stand by the sidelines. A lot of times they do tell us that indeed that we will wait for others to take care of us, get that rich person to take care of you. No, we will take care of ourselves. Economic justice is a must. It is no longer time that we sit down and we are waiting for people to give us permission to be. I am Nala because I know that there is a space in this world for every girl, for every woman, for everyone to expand, to grow, to be, and also to be financially independent. We are human beings with two legs. We walk with two, right? What happens if we all decide to use one? Would we make the progress that we're supposed to make? Would we? We wouldn't. Why then do we move in terms of leadership and only carry one set of people along the way? They tell us that we cannot lead, but they forget that in Africa, the women led. Before the coming of those who colonized us, the women were leading. They were in position of leadership. But today, they tell us to cower. Today, they tell us to stand aside. We will no longer stand aside. We will no longer stand behind. We will no longer be at another table. We will be at the table. If there are no table, we'll bring our chairs. If there are no chairs, we'll bring our mats. We will sit down there. We will be part of the decision making. And we will not allow anyone to tell us that just because we're women, that we are less. We are not less. We are enough. We are Nalas. We are powerful. We are there, and indeed, we can make the difference. You can make the difference when you believe. A lot of voices were planted in our heads. We were told that we cannot be, but we know, yes, we can. And yes, we will. For the continent of Africa to grow, we need to go back to where we started from, where women were at the seat. Women were at the forefront, and we didn't cower. And our women leaders that they try to take away from history, they remove their names and do not want us to know that our mothers fought for us, that our mothers stood for us, that we will remember. We are flying on the path that you all have said, and we will not disappoint, and we will do better, and we will ensure we put out the path that our daughters will go on and know that they're not slaves in their own continent. They are not slaves in their own country. They are not slaves in their own cities. They will stand, they will fly, and nobody, and I say nobody will clip their wings, because we had given birth to eagles, to hawks, that we go out there and be in all parts of the world. Do not allow anyone tell you that you cannot be. Do not listen to the voices that were planted in our head. Sometimes they use violence against us. When we stand and we are moving, when they see that woman, she's politically active, she's a leader, she's moving on, they bring in the violence. They bring in the torture. This is the time for all us to stand and say, when you touch one woman, you touch all of us. You saw the vice president sitting down here, not only listening, not only speaking, but looking at the room, connecting with everyone. That's what they call empathetic leadership. She knew who had a hand up and had not been called. Not those ones that will come in and talk to us as if we are not citizens, as if we are slaves. I will end here by saying, when COVID happened to the world, and don't believe what I say, please go check it up yourself. When COVID happened to the world, the countries that did the best were the countries that were led by women. And it is time for us to give the world the best by having women take up leadership position and lead their countries to the greatness they're supposed to be. Thank you. Remember, I'm Nala.
Ladies and gentlemen, another warm round of applause for Aisha Yesufu, Nigerian activist. What a powerful message and inspiration. Thank you so much. We'll be moving on now. Time is not on our side. We have other sessions that we need to take care of. And one of those sessions will also include discussions on some pivotal topics. So I just want to take the time to call upon moderator Bokholo, Joy Kenewendo, to come and join me on the stage, please. Honorable Bokholo Kenewendo is Advisory Council member of Nalafem and global economist, COP27-28 Special Advisor, UN Climate Change High-Level Champions, former Cabinet Minister of Investment, Trade, and Industry in Botswana. Thank you so much for joining me here on stage. Now, she will continue to take care of discussions, and the discussions will be focusing, or she will be introducing the panel that she will be talking to, which will explore the multifaceted and intersectional challenges women face today in Africa in attaining financial independence by examining the intersections of social, economic, gender, and racial inequalities. This panel discussion aims to uncover the systematic barriers that are there and identify actionable strategies for empowering women. That is not my topic. I hand it over to the expert. Over to you.
Thank you so much. Moro. Walalapo. Good morning. I'd like for you to help me welcome the panelists to the stage that will help us to discuss this very complex matter on intersecting social, economic, gender, and racial inequalities in order to respond to the question, how can women achieve financial freedom? And I would like to welcome Hanan Morsi, Dr. Schroeder, and Mr. Chipuka. Please welcome them properly. Thank you. And then you can sit here. Hanan. All right. So let's agree that protocol has been observed, and Her Excellency has already departed. But I learned all of this different languages for her in particular. I must declare first that I'm from the Wayeyi tribe, so I want to also claim that I'm also Namibian, so I might come and vote here and join and add one more ballot towards Her Excellency later. and work towards the ambitions of Beijing plus 25, as she eloquently described the work that they put together with various women and activists and our most esteemed Ma Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, as they were putting together this declaration and platform for action that was emphasizing the critical importance for women's economic agency and freedom. We know that next year will be the anniversary of Beijing plus 25, and we know the significant progress that has already been made, but we already know that there are many challenges that women still face since the first documentation following Beijing plus 25. And I just wanted to highlight a few key messages that came out of the report, stressing the need for increased participation for women in the labor market, emphasizing the importance of equal access to decent work, fair wages, safe working conditions. It advocates for gender-responsive budgeting and public financial management to ensure resources are allocated effectively to support women's economic empowerment, and it promotes women's leadership in economic decision-making in both public and private sectors. And this was a key priority, and we recognize that in particular with today's theme. And there are many other aspects that have come out as a key theme from the report of Beijing plus 25. And overall, it reaffirms the commitment to advancing women's economic agency and financial freedom as essential components of gender equality and sustainable development. It calls for concerted actions by governments, by businesses, by civil society to create an enabling environment for women's economic empowerment. Now, for us today, it's not just about empowerment, but it's also about creating agency. And we will hear agency a lot today, and we will start in particular with Dr. Hanan Morsi, who's the economist, chief economist, and deputy executive secretary at the Economic Commission for Africa. And we will start focusing at a macroeconomic level to discuss this issue of women's economic agency. Now, Hanan, you have been working so tirelessly, been part of advocating for the reform of the global financial infrastructure, and you've been really pushing for fairness towards African countries. But many argue that there are no ripple effects that are seen towards ordinary citizens. Why should people care about the reform of the global financial infrastructure, and what are the repercussions that we will see, or the impacts in particular for women and vulnerable groups, or those that have been previously excluded from economic participation?
Thank you.
Mike, please.
Hello. Okay, I think, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Bahous. I think let's start with why the inclusion of women overall is important. I mean, we know that it's important in terms of economic activity, as we've heard the inspiring earlier remarks. No bird can fly with one wing, so you need the two to be able to prosper. And it's important also because you need to address, and particularly talking, in places where you have very high inequality. You can have, it's not that you cannot grow when you have inequalities. You can grow, but it will not be sustainable. So part of addressing and gaining a sustainable growth is to ensure that all segments of the society are actually included, and of course, at the heart, women. It's also important because it shapes the future of economic policy. We have heard before, men and women have different ways of leading. Actually, diversity is important when we talk, and there is a lot of documentation about that, including performance of women in boards. Let's go to where are we with financial inclusion of women? And what is very interesting is globally, African women represent 1 out of 4 female entrepreneurs worldwide, which is fantastic. However, that is not matched by access to finance for these women to be able to grow, to be able to create jobs, to be able to achieve the financial independence that we have just been talking about. And what is important here is to understand why is that the case. And there are, actually, it's one of the areas that I'm very passionate and worked on before. From the supply side, one of the most detrimental issues is the high cost, high interest rate that face women. Second one is the issue of collateral, very high collateral. And particularly for women, this becomes a deterrent because in a lot of time, you need to have owned property, land, or certain type of assets that don't tend in African societies to be held by women. So all this, prevents from the supply side in terms of access to finance. So how does this, and I can talk about the other issues later, how does this relate to the global financial architecture? Because what we're trying to do, we're trying to reduce the cost of access to finance and make it available at scale for African countries, which mean that would trickle down to to companies, to banks, to private sector, to individuals, including women. So without addressing the core issue of the cost of finance for governments, you will not be able to access that because government access to finance for governments, they are perceived to have lower cost than individuals. Whatever you're gonna get will be above, there will be a risk premium above what the cost of finance to governments. And so that's one, and this is one of the issues that is needed, and we talked about how to do it, whether to have bigger and better multilateral development banks, to have some sort of guarantees to lower the cost. And here, this is one of the most interesting things that actually for women, evidence show that they are less likely to default on their loans. So one of the things that you can do is actually encourage guarantees and first loss for banks to allow more access to women. But you need to have these instruments available.
I think we'll come back to that, especially because we have Mr. Chipuka here. But before we get to Chipuka, I want to go to Dr. Schrader. We've started with the global financial infrastructure, and I want to bring it to the national level. So if we're done reforming globally, what is it then that we need to look at nationally? And I want us to really dissect the national level because we've seen, even from the opening, what's happening in Kenya, saying that issues are with the IMF, but they are also with how things are being done nationally with the tax system. But without necessarily speaking to issues of Kenya or of Namibia, what are some of the failures that need to be addressed, the reforms that need to be dealt with nationally, and specifically with the experience of APRM, where you sit as the vice chairperson of the National Governing Council?
Thank you very much for the question. First of all, for those who may not be familiar with what APRM really is, APRM is the African Peer Review Mechanism, which is basically a mutually agreed instrument, voluntary acceded by African countries within the AU framework, and member states that basically move into a space of self-monitoring of different mechanisms. These mechanisms, under these mechanisms, they are responsible for monitoring issues like government commitment in terms of good governance related to democracy, economic development, and the implementation of policies and programs, and looking at how best one can promote sustainable development. Now, coming back to your question in terms of how best one can look at reforms or addressing failures at national level, policy level in Namibia, several key factors that comes to mind when I listen to your question, and particularly when I listen to Dr. Anand as well, and that one can be reckoned with is, first of all, we need to look at, within the framework of democracy, within the African peer review mechanism, one needs to look at transparency and accountability. Basically, transparency and accountability, because we have to be transparent in our policy-making processes, predominantly because it is essential to address failures at national policy level, and this most of the time includes that we ensure that decision-making is made openly, it is made in a transparent manner, and stakeholders are involved in different types of mechanisms and can hold policymakers accountable in their actions. Also, I would like to add that you cannot only speak about policy making if you don't talk about capacity building. You need to talk about capacity building, because investment in the capacity of government institutions, in civil society, in organizations, this platform is a great example of not only capacity building, but capacity development, because you need to influence systems, you need to infiltrate systems, you need to make sure that there's mentorship opportunities, programs, and so forth, which basically lead to evidence-based policies. Yeah. When we talk about evidence-based policies, we need to emphasize evidence-based policy making, because it is essential to ensure that policies are grounded in data as well as in research. We must have relevant data and research that lead us to certain policies, and we can utilize this data and ensure that it helps policymakers to make informed decisions, because making decisions without understanding what is happening on a national level, what is happening on the ground, what is happening in the different spheres of organizations and stakeholders is a futile exercise. Most importantly, stakeholder engagement. We need to be intentional about stakeholder engagement when we talk about reforms and when we talk about policies. Involving a wide range of stakeholders in the policy-making process, including civil society organizations that really has a strong voice, businesses, academia, of course the youth, human, all sectors within society is of critical importance, because it gives us the need that we wish to derive at. And then monitoring and evaluation. You cannot set up policies and talk about reform if we do not monitor what we are doing. Eventually, we will have to understand where we are going, what we are building our policies on, and what we would want to achieve. Anti-corruption measures, critical examples, long-term planning. We need to look at all these elements in order to ensure. So by by reforming and looking at reform policies. These factors are steps that we can take, that we need to take, that is of critical importance, especially not only in Namibia, but throughout Africa, that can work towards improving its national policies, the landscape, and ensuring that we achieve the outcomes for its citizens. So,
Yes.
so really, even if we look in the space of the financial sector, if we look in the space of the financial sector, we need to promote financial diversity and economic diversity. It is of critical importance when we talk about policy and reform. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Certainly a couple of thoughts here to follow up on, and I'll come back to you on that. Want to give Mr. Chipuka an opportunity to comment as one of the key stakeholders, as you rightfully pointed, that need to be engaged in policy making and in implementation of policy. And particularly because Beijing Plus 25 first report further highlighted the importance of women's access to financial services, including banking, credit, insurance, and financial inclusion is seen as a very key enabler for women's economic empowerment. And I wanted to know from your side, Mr. Chipuka, what is it that you're doing to deliver in these ambitions? What do you see as the role of the private sector in really driving the needed reforms and these ambitions? And are we any closer to attaining these ambitions?
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me to be on this panel. I'm one of those men who ask, why am I invited? But, you know, it's when the politicians want you not to decline their invite, they write you a formal letter, because then you don't have a chance. So, yeah, thank you for the invite. I'm really excited to be here. Yes, I think number one, I am a father of 2 beautiful daughters. I'm a husband to a gender advocate, and I was raised by a single mother. So this issue is, for me, it's not just a professional one, but it's also personal. And therefore, throughout my whole professional career, I've been an advocate of equal opportunities, especially for women.
So you're a member of He for She. All right.
And especially I'm very passionate about the development of people, and I think throughout my life I've invested a lot in mentoring young people, but more specifically women who are today in senior positions in various sectors. I've also, I think, been very key in appointing women in key positions. Even when the critics and the doubters told me that I'm making a mistake. And trust me, they've gone out there to really perform, and they've actually shown that they are actually capable, in some cases even more capable than men. So that's me. So I think, I think the thing that we can do as a private sector that needs to happen, obviously, the private sector has a role to play. The private sector are the engine of growth in any economy. The private sector provides services. The private sector provides products, and the private sector also provides employment. And I think it starts with making sure that in our employment practices, that we are for policies that actually ensure that there is fairness and that there's equity in our policies in terms of how we recruit people. It's very easy when, I think, a typical organization, private sector, you find that at the overall organization will probably have about 60% women and 40% men. But as you get to the top, you'll see that that ratio becomes the other way around. So I think that's why it is important for us as a private sector to be deliberate, not only in appointing women or recruiting women, but also making sure that the environment that we create is such that women can actually excel to the top and become a member of the executive committee. And I'm here not just talking about, because I think it's also easy to just put women into non-core functions. I'm talking here of putting women in the core functions of institutions. Because it's easy to find a woman in a banking and put them in marketing, because not that marketing is not important, but because you almost like it's seen as it's not a core function. But it's one thing to put a woman in treasury, or put a woman into credit function, or put a woman into retail banking. So I think that's what we need to do to make sure that we do that. But I think overall, I think, we spoke about the, access to finances for women, and especially around the financial sector, and I think a lot can be said. I think a lot needs to be done to make sure that we have an environment that actually support. I think my colleague here spoke about the access to credit and the need for collateral that women don't necessarily have. But I think the private sector, and especially the banking sector, has gone a long way to come up with innovative solutions to try and support small businesses in general, but more specifically women-owned businesses. And that is through things like, I think there is partnership. As you know, the banking industry in general, it's funded by depositors' funds, and there's always a requirement to protect that, and it's regulated. But I think a number of banks are partnered with the DFIs to make sure that we are actually risk sharing, and therefore when a loan is guaranteed by a DFI, for example, a bank is able to extend without collateral, and then obviously that helps to make financing accessible to women in particular.
What is the current financial inclusion rate in Namibia?
So I think the last FinScope survey that we have, I think, is sitting at around 71%. Financial inclusion, but we believe that is, I think, is 2018. So we believe that number has actually quite increased substantially. But yeah, so there is a lot of effort that has gone into, especially, as you know, we used to talk about previously that education is the greatest equalizer. We're now talking about education and access to digital as the two greatest equalizers. And I think as a financial sector, there's been a lot of effort and investment made in digital capabilities or solutions, so that every single person, even including in rural area, can actually access financial services.
Yeah.
But obviously we need to play and collaborate with the likes of the network providers, because if there is no network in rural areas, for example, there's no way that obviously that service can be reached. And that's why a collaboration between the private sector, the government, in order to make sure that there is actually access to internet across the whole country. I think that's key.
I like that you brought in that digital aspect, because the last data I saw points to that only 47% of women in Namibia have access to digital services. So to your point, you're partnering with the Namibian government to do this. And now I want to know, to what extent does that partnership ensure that we will get closer to 90% in the next couple of years? See, I'm pushing you towards a target here. Earlier today we had Minister Theofelus. I think she left, but she made a pronouncement of 1,000 digital jobs by 2026. Yeah. And I know I'm being a little difficult on you here, but what are we doing? 47%.
Yeah. No, and I think that's probably a fair reflection of the reality. And I think because even if you look at the banking sector in general, people that are digitally active, as we call it, they're probably in the region of about 50 to 60%. So the 47% is not sort of out of line in terms of the general population. So a number of things obviously are contributing factors in terms of digital access. The one is obviously that the connectivity across the whole country is not where it should be. So that's where I think government plus the mobile provider will play a role in making sure, and I know that and the mobile providers are investing a lot in making sure that actually throughout the whole country that there is access to that. The second thing obviously that plays a role is even if that access is there, that access is not that cheap, right? So I think is to make sure that the cost of accessing the internet is reduced drastically, or in some cases even provided for free, okay? So I think that's gonna be a key in terms of increasing that number. Then obviously the third one is actually access to a device, whether it is a smartphone, whether it's a computer, which most people don't have, right?
Right.
So, and I think that's where, and I know the Ministry of ICT, for example, I do have these digital hubs across the whole country, et cetera, et cetera. And I also know that the financial sector are trying to collaborate with the mobile providers to make sure that we actually make these devices accessible throughout the whole countries as well.
And you will certainly consider partnering with Minister Theofelus in her initiative that she announced this morning.
Definitely.
Okay, great.
Definitely, yes. Definitely. In fact, I have partnered with her before on the digital hubs.
Great. Now, Hanan, and I hope you don't mind I call you by name. We've been friends for a while. You have been working with the government of Namibia and several governments across the continent, and with Minister Theofelus on the nexus of gender and AI. And since we have ventured into this digital space, digitization now, I wanted to know specifically, how do you see the use of AI and digitization supporting access to finance, particularly for women, especially if we're saying that access to digital services for women in Namibia only sits at 47%?
Thank you. Of course, I think the issue of the cost and availability of access has just been talked about, but I think there are other elements where actually innovation and AI can play a big role, addressing actually the issue that I mentioned earlier about reducing the cost of borrowing and enhancing overall access to credit. So some of the things that can be done, of course, is using technology for digital finance. I think we are very proud that mobile banking actually originated in Africa and Kenya. Having access to payment systems, expanding digital banking overall, also in terms of supporting microfinance institutions to expand services to areas that lack access to finance and banks, addressing the issue of access. We have issues where branches tend to be concentrated in capitals or main cities. And hence, you have much lower access of finance in rural areas, for example. So digital solutions can actually tackle this to have, branchless banking. But also, there is a potential for innovative type of financing, where you can actually develop new products that serves the needs of women and entrepreneurs. And I'd like to, I think, just a very good example when we talk about collateral and the type of assets that women tend to have. One of the things, of course, we need to, if there are any regulatory issues on this, we need to tackle. But beyond this, there are other solutions. If women, instead of land and property, own gold and cattle, you can have mobile registries by which they can use these assets to actually borrow, use them as collateral. And it has been done.
Right.
So we need to think creatively to actually address the issues by new products. And we need, as a number of comments before, which I believe is very important, we need to address the issue of financial literacy. And let me tell you particularly why, and it relates to perhaps the other side I didn't mention, which is the demand side. In doing research on these issues, supply and demand, initial findings were showing that controlling for the same characteristics of those that apply to alone men and women got the same level of credit. I was very surprised. I cannot tell you how many times I reran these regressions. And then, started investigating this. And it was very interesting because I was reading something completely different on sports, where women in races tend to put themselves in groups, in races that are lower than their abilities. So it started to dawn on me, is it related to your sense of worthiness and want to be in the group where they are, for sure they will, they have to be almost sure that they're gonna be in the top of that group rather than put themselves actually in groups that maybe matches more of their actual capabilities. So there is an issue of self-selection out of that because of fear of failure, because of fear, perception of lower creditworthiness than what it is. So here, the only way, and also plus social behaviors. I mean, let's face it, in schools, girls are trained to, always behave right. Men are accustomed to, being known as being brave. So there is social norms that affect actually the perception or the risk-taking behavior.
Yeah.
So this can only be tackled through financial literacy, and where all these technologies can help, ensure access to a broader segment of women. So that would be really critical.
Yeah. So I was smiling because Hanan comes alive when she talks about regression models, because she is truly an economist by birth. And, and sometimes she gets lost in regression models and forgets that she's not just talking to economists, but I really like it.
Only Bukhulu can say that.
Dr. Betty Schreider, she mentioned innovative models, ways of thinking about dealing with collateral. And we are concerned about women as financial access and agency, but we are further concerned about young women's financial access. Now, I wanted to know what at the African Union you're thinking about, speaking particularly to youth employment initiative that you're doing in Namibia. What unique, innovative solutions are you looking at to deploy for employment and financial access here?
Is that now particularly to Namibia?
Yes.
Okay. So first of all, I would like to appreciate the first part where Namibia actually, through the African peer review mechanism, as one of the countries that have really volunteered to this particular instrument, Namibia, through our late president, may his soul rest in peace, have done a targeted review on youth unemployment. And in this regard, what Namibia basically does, and in response to your question, is regarding youth unemployment, initiatives. It's important to note that the implementation and specific details of initiatives has changed over time, and as we go into different types of assessments, reviews, and reports, we realize that even as the Honorable Ndaitwah said this morning, 71% of our people are young people. But in Namibia, there are several well-known youth employment initiatives that are aimed at addressing the challenges that are basically faced by young people, in accessing jobs, building sustainable livelihoods, and for one of them, for example, and what has been done is, if we look at the Harambee Youth Employment Accelerator, this accelerator is a youth employment initiative in Namibia that works to bridge the gap between young people as well as job seekers in order to create employment opportunities. It also provides for skills training. It works for work readiness programs, partnering with different institutions in order to look at job placement services and see how best young people can enter the workforce. The second one that is personally one that I've really seen that is working in Namibia is the Youth Employment Scheme, which is where this YES program in Namibia aims to provide young people, with training and support to help them start different sorts of businesses and find employment. And in focusing on this, it helps them to move into a space of entrepreneurial development. It helps them to move into a space of skills training, into a space of going through mentorship programs, which is of course critical in order to ensure that young people really become economically independent.
Right.
So I think these are few of the examples that one can look at. You look at the Namibia Training Authority that also has a number of programs that it is investing on and where young people are basically involved in. So within the scope of the African Union, we've been focusing on youth employment as a critical issue across Africa, and Namibia is no exception because the youth are those ones that need to take over leadership, that need to be exposed, and that need to contribute to sustainable development.
Thank you so much, Dr. Schreider. I think that use of mentorship is quite important, and it should be coupled with sponsorship as well, that we also sponsor young people when we step in the rooms that they are not in to ensure that they have access. Now, I would like to open up to a few questions. If you have any questions on any of the issues on regression models. No, I'm kidding. Any of the issues on how to unlock financial and economic agency for women, and in particular young women. But also, I think we can also take this as an opportunity for further career guidance, because we have exceptional experts on this panel. So we have a hand here, and we have another one there. Please do introduce yourself. Thank you. Yes, the mic, please. Do you? Unfortunately, we don't have a mic. We can share one quickly. Thank you, Dr. Schreider.
Thank you. I'm Zama Ngobo, an attorney from South Africa. I'm the founder of WMN Attorneys, a law firm by women for women, and we specialize on delivering infrastructure and technology projects across Africa. I'm just going to take advantage of having men in the room and direct the question at Mr. Chipuka. You touched on putting women in core functions, and we also spoke about readiness programs and supports. As a man who believes in women, what do you think that men can do to support women once we're in these positions? I think Her Excellency alluded to how sometimes you think you're helping, but maybe the words that you use are disempowering. So just on a practical level, what do you think that men can do to be allies, and what do you think can be done at organizational level to support women once they've been appointed to leadership positions?
Thank you. Let's take the second one over there.
Hi, everybody. My name is Asante Onongo Katiti. I'm representing the Indigenous Research Institute. The Vice President mentioned that Africa should transition into a more value-based system, whereas we need to be cognizant of how we utilize our natural resources as well. And with indigenous women, especially, or indigenous peoples I believe across Africa, but also in Southern Africa, our ownership, so to speak, of natural resources, right? And especially for San women, it's like the plants such as the Hoodia plants and the Devil's Claw and things like that. I know South Africa had a case of fighting for the patent and the rights for the rooibos plant, for example. How can you perhaps advise indigenous communities and indigenous women to safeguard these indigenous resources? Because I know that a lot of the medication that we have actually has access to the indigenous plants that we have, but then how do we maximize and add value, especially through research? Because I know Dr. Schroeder was also speaking about research and development, and how can we empower that particular session so that Africa can actually benefit medicinally from indigenous resources as well.
Thank you. One last question, please, right here, lady in, I was going to say in pink, but but almost everybody is in pink.
Thank you. My name is Veronica Mangeni from Kenya. I work with Women's Democracy Network, and our mission to inspire women to lead. And in some of the issues that I tackle personally, I'm an economist, and I use my knowledge just to empower the women in the grassroots. But the biggest issue is the financial muscle to participate in elections, because we know the men have the power. So I'm seeing in my country there is this other aspect that has come in, where they are using the credit score as the collateral in lending. So how best can, especially the women who are already leaders, just support those at the grassroots level to ensure that your credit worthiness and score gives you an upper arm in ensuring that you get the finances just for the women to lead. And this is short term, because you know elections are periodic. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's start with you, Dr. Hanan, on that last question from a fellow economist. And I think it specifically relates to the innovative models of collateral that you mentioned.
So there are, I think, a couple of issues in response to this. One has to do with how do you establish credible track record. And here, you know, building, you know, credit type of credit history tracking, how on time you've been in paying your electricity, phone bills, and so on, your rent, and establishing that as a track record to ensure that your score on your credit worthiness is high. We have, in some countries, this have started, but I think also EPPRM, we've been working together with them on issues of having you know, African credit rating agencies. These are some of the areas where that can help in having, you know, established data that can support and show evidence of women creditworthiness, which is usually actually, you know, with everything, with equal circumstances, women tend to do better in creditworthiness because they always, you know, pay bills on time and so on. Second is the issue of collateral that we just talked about. You know, this is about establishing a way by which you can register these type of collaterals. And this has been done, actually, including in some African countries, to establish this as a way to go beyond just fixed assets. In some cases, actually, it can include machinery. So some businesses may have machineries that are more valuable than the properties they're in. But because they were not being registered, that prevented them from using them as collateral. So having, you know, machinery, cattle, gold, and so on. And these are the type of things that, you know, policy-wise can be looked at. It's doable, but it needs these registries so that you have something to verify. Then you can take it to the lender, the banks, and they can use it accordingly. So I think that would be one of the areas that would be very important. But I wanted to also comment on one more thing that was said, which is about skills, because this is very important. When we're talking about all the evolution and moving to higher value added and for Africa to move more into green industries and all that, all this evolution and fourth industrial revolution will require upskilling and reskilling. And with the current divide, economic divide and skill divide and access to finance divide, if this is not addressed for women, the gap will only widen. So it's very important to tackle these issues now in terms of these skill and digital skills and other skills, so that we don't end up with more inequalities for women going forward.
All right. Mr. Chebbi.
Yeah,
I just want to say we have 1 more minute.
Thank you. So yeah, the question was, what can men do to support women in leadership? I think that was the question. So yes, I think, there is a lot that what men can do, especially around, I think is creating that environment, that is conducive, that actually empowers women, that actually value diversity, because so I think that is the first. So therefore, you've got to have policies that actually enable that and that encourages people to actually treat each one equally, but also is more specific in making sure that people that are marginalized, that they do have equal opportunity to excel. That's the one. And I think part of that is those policies are things like what I've seen. Often women get to middle management, and sometimes they need to take or make a decision between either taking care of a family or pursuing a career. And I think we need to make it easier for women not to have to choose. And that is things like flexible work environment, where a woman is allowed to actually work on flexibility. I've had before in my life where women worked only sort of half a day or 3/4 of a day, and obviously they get paid accordingly, but at least they are able to actually do and fulfill that role. So that's the one. The other thing is, obviously, if you are putting women, especially if they have not before led big teams, etc., is to make sure that you support them through coaching. So what I've always done in my career is to actually allocate coaches to my team, especially women who might not have been there before, and that really just helped them to build their confidence and so on. And I think the other thing is just to make sure that you not just say that policies and procedures and these things are not on your paper, but that you live it, okay? That is actually, when the behavior is there that is condescending or that is actually patronizing, that you need to call that behavior.
Right.
Because sometimes what we do is it allows these behaviors to continue in the boardroom, and it makes it unsafe for women. And I think as a man and as a leader, you need to call those behavior when they actually comes up, And it's really just understanding, a few things. Because I remember having said in a meeting before, let's not get emotional.
Yeah.
And I didn't realize that how actually that statement in itself was actually patronizing, for women. So it's really being conscious and being aware of these things constantly. Thank you.
We are 1 more minute for you, Dr. Schreider.
Okay, just to respond to the question that has been posed by my sister, focusing on transition into a more value-based system in Africa and how we basically, safeguard natural plant products as well as looking at medicinal resources in terms of innovation and research and so forth. Actually a topic that I'm very passionate about, but seeing that we only have 1 minute, let me just drop this. Our patron for this event led Africa in 2010 when we had the negotiations on this particular matter that relates to genetic resources associated with traditional knowledge in Japan. And we successfully concluded negotiations while she has led us, and in that time mentoring people like myself. Now, in this process, we passed international treaty that basically had to be domesticated by different countries that acceded and rectified and signed up to this protocol. Africa is one of the continents that most of the countries, member states, have signed up to this protocol. That gives us an indication that in terms of medicinal resources and how that can bring numerous benefits to the country, Africa is really, really, really at the core of that, because this looks at economic growth. It looks at economic growth because it safeguards our natural plant products. It looks at the value of medicinal plants. It ensures us to look at opportunities for growth at home strategies, and most importantly, to advance research and development in order to ensure that we can have innovative products that can contribute to sustainable development, poverty eradication, and economic empowerment. So this is one of the critical issues, and I really thank you for that question, because it's not only about cultural preservation, it really, really, really borders on the issue of developing and contributing to the economy of the country, and more particularly because women are on the forefront of implementing and taking these initiatives. If we look at marula oil, Zeminia, and those type of products, devil's claw, and so forth, women are at the forefront. And so I really appreciate that we are looking at these things holistically and understand that it's important that even when we speak about community empowerment and all those type of issues, stakeholder involvement, women empowerment, that we look at these issues in a more holistic fashion. So thank you very much for that pertinent question. Thank you.
You know, I too am very passionate about indigenous knowledge and indigenous products, and I wish I could respond. I'm a strong advocate, but we can talk about this offline. People are eyeballing me. And at this stage, I wish that we stand, and I would like to take your commitments for Nala, starting with you, Dr. Hanan, on, yeah.
Thank you.
Yes. They're playing us out. Yeah.
For me, I commit to demand 3 on gender discrimination. I pledge to continue to work on ensuring equal access to opportunities for women across all areas, including access to finance, jobs, and others.
Thank you.
Thank you. For me, it's also demand 3. I commit to end gender discrimination. I commit to creating and foster an environment where women have the right to the table.
Thank you.
Thank you. For me, it's the 10th one that focuses on intergenerational leadership. And what I pledge is to create platforms for young women, girls, and youth in particular to continue benefiting from the wisdom of those who are ahead of us in order to form intentional connections for development and empowerment. Thank you.
Thank you. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Baholo Joy Kinuendo, and I am Nala. I commit to pursuing reforms for economic agency for all women, young and old. Good morning and good luck with the rest of the day.
All right, we will now allow for a photo session with those beautiful gifts from Nalafem. would be nice. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, the panel, for that delightful discussion. We are certainly inspired by all the intentions and the pledges that were made to make sure that women also benefit financially, yeah? For now, we continue. We still have about, I think, 30 minutes to go before lunchtime. And I would like to introduce our next spotlight on the program. And I'd like to call upon Refilwe Ledwaba to please join us on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, give her a hearty welcome. Refilwe Ledwaba is a social entrepreneur and professional pilot, qualified, I want to emphasize this, on both aeroplanes and helicopters. If you didn't know, now you know. All right. She is deeply committed to youth development and women's economic empowerment in Africa. She is a founder of an aerotech company, Areye Group, and founder of Girls Fly Africa, an organization dedicated to promoting sustainable economic empowerment, leadership, and personal development for youth, particularly girls and women in STEM fields, with a focus on Africa's aviation and aerospace industry. In addition to her flying qualification, Refilwe holds a Bachelor of Science in Microbiology and Biochemistry, as well as an MBA. Please, ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Refilwe.
Thank you for the kind introduction, and good afternoon to everyone. So I'm just going to share a little bit of my story. I know it's before lunch, but I won't take too much of your time. So over 15 years ago, I embarked on my journey to become a pilot. So to qualify as a commercial pilot, I needed to fly about 200 hours of flight time, which included 100 hours of solo flight. So solo flight means flying on your own. However, to fly solo, I needed to weigh between 60 and 65 kilograms to balance the aircraft's center of gravity. Unfortunately, I fell short of the weight requirements, as I only weighed 49 kg and was too short to reach the pedals that stopped the helicopter from spinning. So I had limited option: fast food, gym, or quit. So to meet the height requirement, I just used 2 pillows to elevate me forward and up. And to compensate for my weight, I put a sandbag under the seat, or sometimes use, our normal bag of mealie meal that we eat, or a solid block. So the challenge of height and weight is not unique to me. Historically, aircraft specifications were based on a socially constructed norm or average derived from a sample of males. So they used males and they took the average and they designed the aircraft. This norm favored a tall, masculine physique, which posed challenges for us women, because women are generally built very small. So by disregarding these physical differences between genders, this biased design specification excluded many individuals from the industry in the past, but fortunately, newer designs have embraced a much broader range, eliminating the need for additional support like pillows or bag of mealie meal. In 2005, I earned a commercial license for helicopter and became the first Black woman to fly helicopters commercially in South Africa. I also became the first African person of either gender as a helicopter pilot for the South African Police Services. After a decade in the police services and obtaining my aeroplane commercial license and becoming a certified flight instructor, I joined a regional airline as a first officer flying the medium jet for both domestic and regional airline. I went on to achieve a whole lot of more firsts. Back then, I was still part of a select few. Today, with less than 10% of South Africa's 17,000 pilot licenses being held by women, I'm still among the select few. This is not just a South African reality. So according to International Society of Women Airline Pilots, in 2018, women accounted for just 5.18% of the pilots at 34 major airlines worldwide. The global survey by ICAO of women holding positions as pilot and air traffic controller and maintenance technician has increased globally from 4.5 to a whopping 4.9 in 2021. The global percentage of licensed female pilots has risen from 3.6 to 4.4. Meanwhile, aircraft maintenance engineer technicians have increased from 2.7 to 3.0. Women CEO account to about 13% and about 13%, 9%, and only 13% of commercial C-level are women. After qualifying, I was bombarded with requests for interviews and speaking because I was the first. But being the first brings a tremendous amount of responsibility. As anyone who's ever piloted a plane or a helicopter, it comes with a job. But breaking barriers bring with it a unique type of pressure. It means acknowledging that others have tried and failed to reach this point, but their groundwork had contributed to your success. It is for this reason that I don't choose to focus on being the first, but rather the young women who must follow me. I do this through Girls Fly Africa, an organization I founded which aims to make aviation and aerospace an accessible career path for women. The organization identified and nurtures talent, mainly in rural areas, and provide mentorship and training, leading up to an exit point that deliver trained and skilled professionals in the industry. So these are some of our alumni. Through our work, we've been able to inspire these young women by giving them access to a role model who looks like them and whose story they resonate with. Because this is how we build aspiration, and this is how we create a world or a generation. Our program has gained international recognition for its groundbreaking innovation and impactful work at grassroots level. But my story didn't start there. The story of my life is intricately woven with experience of numerous remarkable women in my community. I'm grateful for the profound impact of these women leaders who've shaped my journey. One such extraordinary woman is in this room, Dr. Mampela Rampela. Despite the fact that she may not recall me when I was very little, when I was growing in the same township that I grew up, her action and leadership had an immense influence in my path. Dr. Rampela faced a burning order in the late 1970s and 80s due to her political activities and was exiled in a township called Lenyenye. While there, she established a community health center with a library and spearheaded several projects. It was at that library that my passion for studying and science began to flourish. And during my time at the University of Cape Town, I encountered financial hardships. And it was Dr. Rampela's intervention, as she was the vice chancellor then, that enabled me to complete my science degree, ultimately paving the way for me to attain 2 additional degrees and later on got a scholarship for pilot training. I'm done, I'm almost done. The action of Dr. Rampela, my mother, and other women in my community have instilled several valuable lessons in me. The potential to positively influence the world begins within your communities. As leaders, the action we take today, no matter how small they may seem, may not yield immediate results, but they have the potential to have a profound impact on the future. The third one, the importance of education. My story is a testament to the transformative influence of female leadership. When women lead, communities change, countries change, and the world change. Thank you.
Thank you so much. What an incredible story. I actually met her last night when we were here for the rehearsals, and I'm also deeply inspired by all her achievements. We will continue to shed the spotlight on remarkable women from the African continent, as well as the diaspora. And I want to call upon the next spotlight speaker, Pascale Solages, who is from Haiti. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome her onto the stage. All right, I just wanted to introduce her further. In this Pan-African feminist space, we are happy to sit in solidarity with our sisters from the diaspora. Lucia D. Pascale Solages is a grassroots feminist organizer dedicated to improving the lives of Haitian women and girls with over 10 years experience in feminist movement building, reproductive justice, and women's participation in public affairs. She is a founding member and general coordinator of Neges Mawon. I hope I pronounced it correctly. Pascale takes the stage right now. We good to go? Ladies and gentlemen, let's give her a round of applause. Let's make her feel at home. Take the stage. Over to you.
Thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. It's an honor for me to respond today to Nalafem's invitation to participate in the third Nalafem Summit on behalf of my feminist organization, Neges Mawon, and to represent my country, Haiti, here in Namibia, the land of the brave. Thank you. The theme of this summit is Women's Right to Lead. I feel the symbolism of speaking under such a theme at a time when my country is at a historic crossroads. A new political transitional council and a new government have just taken over the reins of the country after 9 years without election, a crisis that had lasted for over 6 years, the governance of a political party that in 12 years has led our country into the greatest chaos it has ever known, and the arrival of a multinational force led by Kenya. This crisis in my country means more than 80% of the Asian capital controlled by gangs and just over half of the west of the country. Tens of thousands of deaths, more than 500,000 entirely displaced people, hundreds of thousands of people who have fled the country, thousands of cases of rape committed by armed gangs since rape is used as a weapon of war against women and girls, 23% inflation, and a drastic decline in the civil and political rights of Asians, especially the Asian women. So you may ask, where are the Asian women in this crisis and at this historic crossroads? Asian women are here. They are on their feet, they are present, they are resilient, they are committed and at the forefront of the battles. As they were in the battle that made my country the first Black republic in the world, inventing freedom and dignity for all those oppressed and enslaved. They resist today as they did within the Ligue Féminine d'Action Sociale in 1934, the first feminist organization in Haiti, at a moment when they were resisting to the American occupation and fight the right to vote for women. Asian women are mobilized and organized today as they were against the 29 years of bloody dictatorship of Duvalier in Haiti. They are on the raw path today as they were on April 3rd, 1986, when less than 2 months after the end of the dictatorship, more than 30,000 women took the street to proclaim Asian democracy will not be built without us. Asian women are involved today in providing urgent response and services to the communities, educating people, creating safe spaces. They are involved in advocacy and political dialogue at national and international level. They are present in mobilization in the street. They are within civil society organizations playing the role of watchdog and making propositions for a better society. But it's not enough. It's not enough because today, as feminists, we are still denouncing a 9-member presidential council with only one woman who can vote. We're still watching to see the minimum 30% quota is respected in the new government instead of having achieved an equitable sharing of power. Because we must remind to the new Minister for Women's Affairs and White that renaming this ministry is an achievement of the Asian feminist struggle, that we name this ministry with the word family in it is a reactionary anti-feminist action that wants counter to all the struggle of Asian women. In the midst of this crisis, whose very nature is to hold back the right, the voices, presence, and participation of women, Asian women have been able to assert themselves, to make their realities visible, to be part of the proposed solution, to put their own agenda at the heart of the debate, and today they are beginning to organize themselves to take their rightful place in the next election. This statement is even more significant for me, as I'm making it in a country that has achieved 8th place globally on the 2024 Global Gender Gap Index, where the vice president is a woman and she will as a presidential candidate in the election, where you have achieved gender parity in your parliament, and where you have the youngest minister in Africa, a woman. Namibia, you preach by example and excellent. You are a light for all the country like mine that are fighting for effective representation of women in public affairs and political spaces. Today, we, Asian women, are not just demanding sterile representation, but we take over the right to lead, the right to wield power, to influence, to occupy, to impose, and to lead. As a political woman myself, a former candidate in my country, a feminist political activist, I know better than anyone all the barriers that can exist in the path of young women reclaiming their places, but we're not backing down. We create spaces like this one today to show solidarity, to share experiences, and to organize ourselves. It's essential to build bridges between our movement and our countries, to create new ecosystems that centralize our priorities, to value and shed light on a different type of leadership, victories, and impact. Thank you again, Nalafem. Thank you for creating this intersection between women activists and women political leaders from all these countries, and for welcoming my country, Haiti, for inviting Haiti to home, Africa. I leave your beautiful country nourished by the strength, the flame, and the unshakable determination of all these women in this room to rule this world that belong to us too, to reclaim the power over our lives, our bodies, our voices, our countries, and our destinies. From a daughter of the first Black republic in the world to Namibia, the land of the brave, it's women right to lead, it's women time to lead. Let's get our power back. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Pascale. Thank you so much. We are definitely inspired, and welcome to Namibia once again. We continue with our program just before the lunch hour, and we want you to just pay attention to the screen in front of you. UN Women are an ally in walking this journey and ensuring women remain in decision-making spaces. We are happy to present to you a video, a special message from Ambassador Sima Bahous, UN Women Executive Director, who is sharing a few words with us. Let's have a look.
Greetings, Excellencies, distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, and Nalafem young women leaders. It is an honor to address you at the third Nalafem Summit. This year's theme, to foster, enable, and mobilize, is undoubtedly relevant and timely. At a time of cascading crises, our best hope for a sustainable, peaceful, and inclusive future remains feminist activism and the voices of young women. Nalafem continues to reaffirm an unwavering commitment to push forward, bolstered by the courageous work of women human rights defenders and activists. Our world is changing at an unprecedented pace. acceleration of technology and innovation have brought us promises of a better tomorrow, a promise that can only be delivered if we manage to foster inclusivity and empowerment at its heart. The digital gender divide and the pressing issue of cybersecurity and online harassment are barriers to turn this promise to a reality. UN Women is working with partners to address these barriers. Just last month, 75 young Rwandan girls participated in a coding and robotics boot camp. We support women entrepreneurs across Southern Africa through the Entrepreneur program, ensuring that no woman is left behind in our journey towards economic independence and gender equality. This initiative exemplifies the importance of investing in the potential and skills of young women, skills that are vital for building resilient communities that can thrive in an increasingly challenging world. Today, as we embrace the opportunities of fostering and mobilizing young women's leadership in politics, technology, and entrepreneurship, let us celebrate the achievements of those who paved the way and make sure to open more pathways so all women and girls can achieve their aspirations. Thank you for your commitment, your passion, and your participation in this crucial summit. It is through the participation and dedication of young women that we can mobilize action for every woman to live in a world defined by justice, trust, and accountability. Let's push boundaries, defy norms, and challenge stereotypes.
I'm trying to get the attention of the gentleman over there. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, was Ambassador Sima Bahous, UN Women Executive Director. We'll be going for our lunch break very soon, but we cannot do that before we take some time to embrace the following phenomenal woman walking on. Charlotte O'Neill, also known as Mama C. While they get ready, I'm going to tell you a little bit more about her. Charlotte O'Neill, also known as Mama C, is a poet, a musician, and a visual artist, as well as a former member of the Black Panther Party. Residing in Tanzania since the 1970s, she co-founded the United African Alliance Community Center with her husband, Pete O'Neill, focusing on community empowerment and cultural exchange. Mama C's work is deeply rooted in activism, promoting social justice and fostering artistic expression. It is rare that we have such another phenomenal woman in our audience, on our stage. So please, I want to, once again, if we can give her a hearty welcome to Namibia and on the Nalafem or Nalafem stage here. Over to you, Mama C.
Oh, is it on? Okay. This has been a beautiful time in Namibia, and then to have all these young women and elders bringing that fire, huh? I just feel so blessed. And I have to make one correction. I'm not an ex-member of the Black Panther Party. I'm a Black Panther veteran, which means that I keep on pushing the things that we stood for. Now, I'm going to share this word with y'all first, and then I have a song that I'm going to play and sing with my Kamal Ngoni, which is from West Africa, and I want y'all to roar as Nala women when I asked you to, huh? Okay? But first I want to share this. Sister souls, We head for the hills, the mountains, the swamps, the forests, chasing dreams of maroon women buried deep within us. We wield the sharpest of machetes, cutting away the decay, eating the earth, feeding on the very bowels of the planet. Lunar blood unites we, y'all, sister souls, and we carry the dark pots of life within our wombs. Let the healing begin. Let joy cloak our blessings. Prophecy says the matriarchs reign in this new age of enlightenment. Remember that, y'all. And that's from my third poetry book, Homage. Published in South Africa. Okay, now here we go. When I give y'all the cue now, I want y'all to sing with me, okay? We are the knowers. We're the dreamers and we are the sowers. Indigo children, y'all. The teachers and the preachers. And we're the chosen. We're the artists and we're the seekers. And we walk, hey, 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 we walk up, hey, hey, we walk, y'all. We walk the way of a new world. Now I'm gonna sing it first, then y'all gonna sing it, okay? We walk up, we walk up, we walk, y'all. The way of the new world, we walk, we walk, we walk, we walk, yeah. The way of the new world, the way of the new world, the way of the new world. Now, if you Nala, and if you believe that we walk the way of the new world, I want y'all to sing it with me, okay? Y'all ready? Hey, we walk up, we walk, yeah, we walk up, the way of the new world. One more time with conviction. I don't hear y'all. Yeah, we walk up, we walk up, yeah, we walk, don't we walk? The way of the new world, hey, the way of the new world, hey, the way of the new world. We got time for one more, huh? All right, we walk, huh? I feel like I got to get up and walk. Yeah, the way of the new world, hey, we walk, huh? We walk, yeah, we walk, huh? We walk, huh? We walk, yeah, come on, y'all. We walk, huh? The way of the new world, hey. We walk, huh, yeah. We walk, huh? We walk, yeah. The way of the new world, huh? The way of the new world, hey. The way of the new world, hey. Yes, my sisters and my brothers, we walk the way of the new world. Is my turn? We good? Okay. Yeah, so I love y'all. I love y'all's vibe. Huh? It just fills me up with fire. Huh? We got to keep on. We got to teach the children. Yeah, we got to teach the children the importance of maintaining and reclaiming our African spirituality. Huh? Because that informs everything we do, especially as women. Huh? We got to carry that. We got to pass it on. All right? Y'all promise? Okay. And when I signed my paper, I checked all of these boxes because all of them mean something to me. Every one of them. Huh? And I know everybody's hungry. But, hey, it's all good, ain't it? It's all good. Yes, I love all of y'all. Oh, thank you. And I touched the ground to y'all. Yes, yes. Hey, and later on, I'm going to sing something that says, don't give up. And in Kiswahili, it's usikate tamaa. Yes, yes. Oh, I love you and thank y'all for bringing me here.
Ladies and gentlemen,
fed up.
Give it up for Mama C, Charlotte O'Neill, Black Panther. Thank you so much. And I think we needed to have such a vibe in order to really prepare us for the rest of the day. But for now, we're going to go for lunch. And I just want to please ask, just 1 hour. We must be back here around 2 p.m. Just a reminder that there are some activities outside, so please make some time and go to the Nalafem shop. And don't forget to continue to make your commitments. We've heard so many commitments being made already by so many of you in the room. But for now, we're going to go for lunch, get something in the tummy, and then we can come back and continue with the third Nalafem Summit here in Windhoek, Namibia. Thank you so much. And we're going to allow the dignitaries to please lead the way first, and then the rest of us will join. Thank you so much. We need to... Hello, everybody. Let me get on stage and get your attention. If we can take our seats and continue with the second half of the third Nalafem Summit. Rose, you may join Aya. Is everybody back from lunch? We'll start in about 2 minutes' time, at 1:30. So we're still going to give an opportunity to people to take their seats, to wake up, because I know after we had eaten, it is a bit of a challenge to stay awake. And unfortunately, I can't really dance, so I can't entertain you. And I really hope I'm not on air right now, am I? Where's this back? Where's this back? Yodika. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be starting very soon. Not yet. But I'm going to start some conversation, if I may, because I want to try and get everybody's attention. Yodika, you can keep the microphone. I'm putting her on the spotlight. I used to work with her mother. Unumengi Gawaburu was a daughter, so when I met her, she was a baby. And she's now in media studies, and today she's especially here to be my content creator. You know, sometimes you need that kind of help. We're too old for it. I just want to quickly take the time to get everybody talking, those that did not have the opportunity earlier. We had such a full session in the morning. What about this morning's session was or stood out for you? Is there anybody that would like to quickly reflect? I think one of the things that impressed me the most, Her Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Namibia, saying something quite fundamental, that it's not about the title, it's about the impact that you make. And I think that speaks volumes of the kind of leadership that she brings to the fore, and to also have been in a position where she inspired people like Honorable Minister Emma Theofelus, whom, may I add, I've known since she was a child, and now she's my big boss. So you see here, it's not about the title. It goes to show it's not about the title. And as much as we respect the accomplishments of people, it's really about the impact. And certainly that impact has been felt today. Is there anybody who would like to just share one or two things? Something, what inspired you from this morning's session that you would like to share? This is in an effort to get us to say something. Beans. Ladies and gentlemen, Beans governors. She would like to say something. Please go ahead. Advocate Beans governors. Let me show some respect.
Hi, everyone. You know, I always say I like to be in the company of young people, and especially young women. And today, I was brought to tears. Let me share it with you. You always think that some of us don't know how to cry. We know how to cry. And the reason why I was crying is that, you know, sometimes one becomes very disillusioned by the environment within which we operate. When we continue to just talk about unemployment and poverty and illnesses and diseases and the list goes on, that's not the Africa I want to represent, or the Africa that should represent me. So when I listen to the stories, then I think we are moving towards the Africa we want. And so all we as, and Aya will always say, don't talk about passing the baton, because I will never become irrelevant in your lives. I want to be relevant. What I want to do together with you is to just be there for you in solidarity, and to just have the hope that what I stood for and what I struggled for and what I fought for was not in vain, but it was for the future of our continent. So I thought I should just share this with you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Advocate Beans.
And when the going gets tough, you know what you do? They always ask me, how do I manage? How did I get there? I said, you know what? I laugh. I like to laugh. I like to sing, I like to dance. And we should not forget those things, because we think that by facing challenges, we need to be strong, we need to be Amazons, we need to be whatever we are not. Just be yourself, just laugh, and just laugh. That's all that you need to do. Look at yourself in the mirror and say, I can.
Ladies and gentlemen, Advocate Beans governors from Namibia. Welcome back to the last part of the third Nalafem Summit here in Windhoek, Namibia. Thank you so much for having joined us again. And we're going to have a Nalafem spotlight right now. It actually really feels good to stand here. Feels kind of, yeah, true. So we have another Nalafem spotlight. And this spotlight, I'm afraid, is going to make me a little bit emotional. Because when I see Chandre Finis, who will be joining us shortly, as well as when I look at the Honorable Minister of MICT, I remember them alongside the person we're going to pay tribute to as some of the young folk that we interviewed on NBC radio and television over the years. So we've monitored their growth and their rise and how they are continuing to make an impact in this country and across the world. I'd like to call upon Chandre Finis to please take the stage and join me. He's going to pay tribute to a remarkable Namibian, and he's male. And there's nothing wrong with that. Don't feel left out. By doing this, we are noting the importance of remembering great comrades that have left and draw upon the inspiration and legacy they have certainly left behind. And Chandre Finis, in front of you, he's a multifaceted youth leader, a political advocate and social activist. He began his leadership journey very early as a deputy speaker of the Namibian Children's Parliament. Internationally, he participated in the Pan-African Youth Leadership Program in the IPU General Assembly, and currently he's the co-founder of AMP Teamwork, do I have that correctly, and a speaker at various forums advocating for youth empowerment and social justice. His work emphasizes sustainable development, gender equality, and poverty eradication, and he will be paying tribute to Mandela Kapere, true son of the soil, whom we've lost, especially at the beginning of COVID. So, Chandre Finis, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome him, and let's inspire him to continue. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. All protocol observed. Honorable Minister Aya, it's a particular honor for me to be here today. I was joking with the colleagues yesterday and asking, am I the only man speaking? And they said, no, it's a partnership conference. And we are proud to be part of Nalafem. Congratulations on this amazing conference and the amazing work that you'll continue to do going forward. And you can count on our full support as young men of Namibia. Without further ado, my task here is rather a heavy one today. Comrade Mandela Kapere has played an immense role in the lives of young people across the political, social scope of Namibia. It is with heavy hearts and profound gratitude to pay tribute to a man who dedicated his life to uplifting and empowering the youth of Namibia and Africa, Mandela Kapere. His untimely departure 4 years ago has left a void that words alone cannot fill, but his legacy will forever inspire and guide us. Mandela Kapere was not just the leader, he was a visionary whose passion for youth development was unmatched. From his early days, he understood the power of investing in young minds and the importance of creating opportunities for the next generation. His work with the National Youth Council of Namibia was a testament to his unwavering commitment to nurturing the potential within each young Namibian. Mandela believed in us when few did. He saw the youth not just as future leaders, but as current change makers, capable of driving positive transformation in our communities, in our country, and indeed across our continent. His initiatives, whether they were educational programs, leadership training, or advocacy for youth rights, were all designed with a single purpose: to empower us to believe in ourselves and to strive for greatness. His name, Mandela, was more than just a moniker. It embodied the spirit of resilience and hope and relentless pursuit of justice. Like his namesake, Nelson Mandela, our Mandela fought for a better world, one where every young person could dream without limits and achieve without barriers. He championed inclusivity, diversity, and the fundamental belief that every youth, regardless of their background, had a role to play in shaping Namibia's future. As we reflect on his life, we remember his infectious enthusiasm, his calm yet inspiring. Mandela was a very big man physically, but he had a softness to him that when he spoke to young people, he could come across with a profound sense of warmth. Mandela, you would be proud of the world you left behind. Theofelus, the young junior mayor of the city of Windhoek at the time, who you were insistent on inviting to various meetings and platforms, is today Africa's youngest Minister of Information Communications Technology in Namibia. Theofelus is here, and she's ready to lead, and she's ready to pick up your legacy and continue with it. Mandela, the young lady from Tunisia, who served at the time as Africa's first youth envoy, whom you invited at the dawn of the COVID-19 pandemic, to address young members of parliament and stakeholders, and Auntie Beans was in that room with us that day, along with various others. She's here. She's here hosting the summit alongside her sister. She's here, ready to lead as a young woman who came under your leadership. And this summit is central to her leadership and as she continues to inspire women across this continent. Mandela, the young lady from Kubabas, who no one thought of, whom you mentored and decided to take along to a Sahrawi solidarity conference in South Africa, when many questioned where does she come from and why does he bring her here, that young lady, Patience Masua, is today Africa's youngest member of parliament, a vision of your legacy. She's here virtually and she's ready to lead. Mandela, finally, the colored young lady from Khomasdal, who you took under your wing when many didn't understand why, whose political teeth you sharpened, is here virtually and continues to lead literally in your footsteps. Thank you for giving us Emma Theofelus. Thank you for giving us Aya. Thank you for giving us Patience Masua. Thank you for giving us Sherenice Bush. These are young women that came because you allowed them to open those doors for themselves. You never claimed any of them. You never asked for recognition. For so many others of us, I don't want to mention the men today because we are specifically here for one reason. But you made sure that you allowed us to open doors for ourselves. All you did was to put the key in and say, go ahead and open it for yourself. Mandela, finally, may the men of my generation take the mantle from the men of your generation. The men who allowed the policy for equal representation on the party list to pass within that party conference a few years ago. The men who understood the importance that Namibia must lead this continent, this region, and indeed globally in terms of women empowerment and ensuring that we reach a society where we look at each other as equals, understanding our common vision. May we allow them to lead over us as well. May your impact continue to live. May the programs that you spearheaded and the initiatives that you started, may it continue to resonate within our own programming. You've left an indelible mark on Namibia, and it is now our duty collectively to carry forward this vision that you've left, both in this country, across this continent, and indeed across the world. To honor Mandela Kapere is to commit ourselves to the ideals he lived by. It is to strive for excellence. It is to fight for justice. It is to uplift those around us. It is to remember that our potential is limitless and our dreams are valid. In his memory, let us continue to build a Namibia and Africa that reflects on his vision. One where we understand that it is important for young people to lead, and one where we understand that young people must not just be seen, they must be heard. Young people must not be referred to as those leading in the future. They must be acknowledged for their leadership now. Let us keep his legacy alive by being change makers, but let us keep it more importantly alive by picking up those around us and creating new mentees as we become mentors. Mandela Kapere, thank you for your unwavering dedication, your boundless love, your enduring inspiration. You may have left this world, but your spirit will forever guide us. Rest in power, dear Mandela. The youth of Namibia, and indeed the youth of Africa, will carry the torch forward, lighting the way for the other generations to come. Long live the spirit of Mandela Kapere. Thank you.
Good job. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, Chandra Finis paying tribute to a remarkable young man that I've had the privilege of knowing since he was much, much younger. And I've also had the privilege of interviewing, whether it was on radio or television. He certainly left an indelible mark. And like Chandra said, we must continue to honor him and all of these young women that he has inspired and left behind to lead. I think amongst us, even if the Vice President is no longer here, there's a lot of potential in this room for the next female presidents. It's time for us to move on to the next session. and it will be, once again, another powerful conversation. And this panel, ladies and gentlemen, will address the critical issue of gender-based violence against women in politics. The discussion will explore the prevalence and impact of such violence, examining the systematic barriers that perpetuate it. I think sometimes, and I would really like to listen in to this conversation, because I think sometimes we underestimate gender-based violence in politics. So hopefully we can get a better insight. I'm definitely not only here as your master of ceremony, but I'm also here because I want to learn. And I want to continue to ask the questions that everybody thinks about but does not dare to ask whenever we have these conversations. But I will not be doing the moderating, ladies and gentlemen. Let me please call on Rana Abdelhamid to come and join me on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, Rana Abdelhamid is an advisory council member at Nalafem, as well as executive director of Malika Safety Center. She was also the 2022 congressional candidate in the United States of America, who has been very vocal, and I was telling her earlier on that I started following her on Instagram, and there is no way that you're going to close that page because we need to continue to make an impact. So she's been extremely vocal on the issue of violence that women face in the political space. Rana, it's over to you. Let's give her a warm applause, ladies and gentlemen. Come on now.
It's on? It's on, yes. All right, good afternoon. It's good to see such a beautiful and such a powerful room. I feel like I have a hard session after lunch. People might be a little bit low energy. And so maybe to get the energy up before I start, I'm going to lead with a chant. I hope you love this chant because it's specific to something I think you would love. So I'm an organizer, I'm an activist. You will find me at protests, and typically in movement space, we will use chants. So when I say I am, I want everyone to say Nala, okay? I am? Nala. I am? Nala. I am? Nala. Great, perfect. Thank you so much. Today we'll be speaking on this panel about a really important and pervasive topic, a topic that is near and dear to my heart, a topic in which I have to confront every single day as the founder and executive director of a safety center, an anti-violence center in Queens. And we will be joined by a really incredible panel of experts who are also on the front lines of this issue to make sure that our world is safe for women and girls where it is not today. This is an issue that I'm sure is personal to a lot of people in this room. And so I'm looking forward to also engaging the audience in questions as well after the panel. Okay? So the first person that I am excited to bring up to the stage is my sister and friend, the Honorable Joanna Mamimba. Please come to the stage. Thank you. I'm so sorry. The second person I am inviting to the stage, and please give them a huge round of applause, Francina Kahungu, who is the secretary of the SWAPO Women's Council, who you all heard from earlier today. And the final person who I'd love to welcome to the stage is Commissioner Marius Katamila, who is the regional commander of Karis. Thank you all so much for joining. I'll just give this to you. Thank you. Okay. All right. So, as I mentioned earlier, the issue of gender-based violence is obviously a very pertinent one. It's a pervasive one. You have all read the statistics. You have all seen the information. We know that violence against women and girls impacts 1 in 3 women in the entire world. as much as we are involved in women's movements, as much as we are in feminist spaces, we know that oftentimes, whether it's online now, we see, or behind closed doors, or if you're walking down the street, especially for publicly visible women, violence is something that you might be confronted with. And it is more important than ever, especially as a Nala community, for us to think about how we're going to address this issue head on, because there is no feminist movement, there is no economic justice, there is no ensuring that the visibility of women is at where it needs to be if women do not feel safe in their own skin. If they don't feel safe to be authentically themselves, they're not going to be authentically themselves. They're not going to take up space online and offline. And so it's important for us to ensure that so much of this conversation is rooted in ensuring that women are safe to do the things that they aspire to do. So to start us off, I am actually going to try to learn a little bit more and have every single one of you also share a little bit more about your personal journey and your stories and the challenges that you see in the work that you're doing. And to start us off, I'm actually going to address you, Ms. Kahungu, about your role as the Secretary of the Women's Council in Namibia. And in particular, this is my first time in Namibia. I'm curious to know if you could just lay the land on what are the challenges that women and girls are facing, what are the challenges that you see every single day, even though we know that Namibia ranks so highly in the gender equity space.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Madam Moderator, through you, let me first appreciate the opportunity provided to me here so that we discuss matters related to a topic of gender-based violence against women, but we are focusing on party politics. I want to observe one challenge that people are being abused or they have been abusing, but they do not know that they are doing that. Therefore, what is most important to us today is to discuss and define what is gender-based violence, specifically in politics. You asked me also a question to tell you what challenges I'm experiencing in my portfolio as a secretary for Swapapa Women's Council. I am happy to indicate that the previous speakers, lucky enough, have already presented to us what is happening in Namibia. And I think looking at Commissioner Katamila here will help us to give the statistics and to be specific on what is happening relating to gender-based violence in Namibia. I have to continue by saying that the women's rights have been violated, especially by manipulating the women's thinking and participation in decision-making processes. Women being manipulated, especially at that processes. And I have to indicate that lack of skills and understanding, these facilitated mental abuse because many women, they lack skills and they lack understanding, and abusers are using those opportunities. I want to conclude on this question by indicating that insecurity and two social matters, these normalize gender-based violence to be a norm. And most importantly, low self-esteem. Low self-esteem, which is caused by lack of skills and understanding, is the one which makes women to present an opportunity to abusers, and they do so as they please. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. We know that. Thank you. Yes. I think on the point of low self-esteem and lack of awareness of rights, especially when we're dealing with the reality of violence also in the digital space, where even just awareness of our rights or lack of support for mental health when some of this stuff is happening definitely does contribute as well to the ongoing reality of some of these challenges. So thank you so much for sharing that. Joanna, my next question is for you. I know that your journey in politics has been a really powerful one. You have been really vocal, unapologetic about your values, about your feminist values, but unfortunately, as a result, it has made you a target. Like many women in politics, your voice has been seen as something that can shake the status quo. And because it is doing that, you have experienced unnecessary, unex-plicable levels of violence. And so I'm wondering if you could speak to your experience as an elected official and some of the unfortunate reality of violence that you have gone through because of it.
Thank you very much, Rana, and thank you so much for inviting me to this panel. Yes, as you have heard, my name is Joanna Mamombe from Zimbabwe, and I'm currently a member of parliament serving my second term in the Parliament of Zimbabwe, and I currently chair a committee on environment. Just to give you a brief background, what Zimbabwe looks like politically. We gained our independence in 1980, and I think in the region we're one of the countries to gain our independence. And since 1980 in Zimbabwe, we've had one political party being in the ruling government. And in 2013, we had a very big positive step.
That are going late. Oh. Just the two of them. Who is Lamai?
Is there another Joanna?
I think there might be another mic. If you're speaking into another mic, please don't. All right.
Jordan, program manager, Open Society Foundation.
Where is that coming from? It's working. Hello? I think you could keep going. Yeah, keep on.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah, so I was just going to share with you that in 2013, we had a referendum where we came up with a new constitution for Zimbabwe. And I'm proud, as a young politician in Zimbabwe, that we have one of the best constitutions in the world. But let's look at the constitutionalism. To say Zimbabwe, for example, we have the constitution is clear on gender representation. It's clear on protecting women. It's clear on actually equal participation between men and women in different leadership positions. But has that been happening in Zimbabwe? That is the big question in the room. To say most of the countries, particularly mine, sharing my experiences, we have a constitution that is clear. We have different policies that actually support the participation of women, not only just support, but also protect and empower participation of women. But what we have seen over the years since independence, women are relegated from the positions of power. When you are a politician who is in the hierarchy of power, you are not protected. In actual fact, you are exposed to a lot of violence. You become a victim of different forms of violence, as contrary to the Constitution of Zimbabwe, which is really pains my heart to say people go out there to advocate, to come up with very good documents, to come up with very good constitutions, but let alone we don't go and implement the constitution. So for me, what is lacking in Zimbabwe is the constitutionalism. Do we really uphold the constitution? Which is something that drove me to join politics in Zimbabwe, to say we must account to the people of Zimbabwe. Nobody is above the law. We want to make sure that everybody who is a perpetrator of violence is brought to book. So my journey in politics did not start as a member of parliament, Rana. I have been a student activist since my days in university, where I participated in academic freedoms, just human rights in general. And violence did not just start when I became a member of parliament. I've always experienced different forms of violence. But for me, in 2018 campaigning, I thought this was a stop gap measure to violence. But little did I know that even when you become a member of parliament, you're actually exposing yourself to more violence. So I have seen different forms, from online abuse talk about the physical violence, but it comes in stages because it's quite systematic in politics. You know, so what they do for young women in politics, it can start as semiotic, you know, threat, whereby, you know, they will be testing you. How strong are you in politics? How strong are you in terms of managing, you know, the violence? So they can start with abusive language. You know, when they see that you can stand that, you can actually fight what they're trying to bring to you. They move a top notch higher in terms of how they perform their violence on different women in politics. They can go physical. I'm talking about physical torture. I'm talking about abductions. And I haven't been actually, I have been experiencing a lot, you know, of violence in Zimbabwe, from online abuse, from torture, physical torture, and, you know, just sexual harassment as well. So this has been my journey. But what we need to know as young women, that the journey has never been easy. Here we were talking about women who have occupied different positions in politics. From Liberia, we've heard about Mama Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. In Namibia here, we're hearing the story of a woman who is rising to be a president. So those stories must actually educate us to say, it's never going to be easy. What can we do as women to actually make sure that we protect ourselves from violence and we continue to fight? Because at the end of the day, leaving the arena of fighting is not an option. So let's continue to fight.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And obviously the room resonates with so much of your words, and I appreciate your vulnerability in sharing parts of your story. And I see your courage and bravery in fighting not just for yourself, but for all women in politics and all women who dare to be that change. So thank you so much. The next question is for Commissioner Katamila. So in your capacity as the regional commander of Karas, you have seen the extent which violence faces women, I'm sure, as being on the front lines and responding to the violence that women are confronted with in Namibia. So I wanted to read some statistics for you about the past couple of years and the cases of violence that are prevalent in Namibia. So in 2018, there were 5,000 cases of gender-based violence that were reported, and a 2013 report by the Ministry of Gender Equity and Child Welfare indicated that 33% of women aged 15 to 49 experienced physical violence, which is on par with international standards for the kinds of violence that women experience. So I would love to hear from you, as someone who is responding in trying to protect women who are confronted with this kind of violence. What do you see? What are the cases looking like? And why might someone not come forward if they are experiencing this reality?
Thank you very much, and thank you for having me. Allow me to align myself to the protocol that has already been established. Yes, it is true indeed that women are victims of violence. And most often this violence is perpetrated by us men. So yes, the statistics that you have just given us are more than just correct. But I would like to go a step further and say that this is but only the cases that are being reported. So many cases are going unreported. And most of the time, women are manipulated by their perpetrators. They are threatened that if they would report, they would be subjected to more forms of violence. However, at the same time, I would also like to celebrate our democracy and our constitution that addresses so many of these issues. Taking into account the fact that we have just listened to the previous speaker speaking about violence against women in politics. Let me take it from a Namibian perspective. And please, I'm saying this because this is factual information that I would like to give through. In Namibia, we really enjoy constitutional democracy. For the past decades, 3 decades and more, that I've been serving in the Namibian police, we've never had any case criminally registered that arise from women in politics being exposed to any form of physical violence. There are, to an extent, harassment that is taking place. Yes, there are psychological violence that are being perpetrated, but if one look at who are the perpetrators, it's mostly coming from within society. I know, I don't want to talk about what happens in political structures. The kind of work that I do requires for me to be apolitical. I deal with people at all levels. So if there are issues related to violence that are happening in political structures, I'm certain that within the political structures, there are also ways and means of how to address these issues. But I would like to be quoted when I say that in terms of registered cases of violence being perpetrated on women that are in politics, there's none registered that I'm aware of. I stand to be corrected. What I'm aware of is that, yes, there is political bickering that is going on, and most of the would-be psychological harassment, whatever you'd like to call it, is mostly happening during the times of campaigning. And what we've also learned to observe is that, yes, it's happening and it's being perpetrated, but of record, there is no case registered that we are aware of. Does it happen? In my personal opinion, I would say yes, it does. It has just never came to the fore that it being reported. However, let me use this platform to encourage women to come to the fore and report these cases, because that is exactly why we are here in Namibia providing policing service. We cannot be talking on matters that are not reported, that are not on record. So I would like to encourage all women in all spheres of society to report any form of criminality that is being perpetrated towards them. When we talk about gender-based violence, it is quite the problem. And I will also confirm my fellow Namibian men, some of which are likely going to probably ask for my head, it's happening. And it's even happening with people in uniform. So the cases that are registered are being investigated. At times, because of the way in which the police organization, obviously if it's a criminal case, it needs to be investigated in order to go to court. But within the department, at an administrative level, there are so many matters that are dealt with administratively by the organization in itself that result in members of the Namibian police being reduced in rank. And this is information that is not commonly known because it is something that happens in-house. But it is there, it's always being addressed, and I will continue to advocate for women to stand up for their rights and to report these cases. And that's the way in which it can be addressed.
Thank you so much. We love the transparency, the openness, and just the recognition that there is such a real issue around reporting. And we know that these numbers are not reflective of the reality that so many people are actually being confronted with. So thank you so much. Ms. Kaunga, we're back to you. So you have been not only a leader in the political space, but you have also been an incredible advocate to ensure that more women and more young people are seeing themselves in politics and are actually not only aspiring, but are actually becoming and entering into the political space. But we know, we just heard right now how difficult it is and how difficult it can be if you are a young person, if you are a woman, to be publicly visible and to put yourself out there. It's a huge personal risk, it's a huge physical, emotional risk that someone might take. So I'm wondering if you could speak to what protections are in place for young people, for women who do decide that they're going to venture into the political space?
Thank you very much. Maybe before I go further, allow me just to amend a little bit your statement when you mentioned that it's a bit risky, problematic, like you paint a picture of a very problem, something for a young woman to become a leader or to take up a leadership position. I wouldn't be happy for us to leave this room believing like that, because that is not really the case. As in nature, all good things are coming, of course, to those who wait, but there is no good thing which come easily. As we were instructed, quoting from the Bible, that your bread, you have to eat it after only you sweat. That is also applicable to young people if they are to get positions. What am I trying to drive to? I am saying, just because you are a young person, this does not open a ticket for you to just to occupy. You need to fulfill some requirements so that you become a leader in a given position. I do not know if you remember in the morning or if it was mentioned now, the Young People's Parliament. I have also to mention that since we have now the Minister of Information, Communication and Technology, she served as a junior mayor of the city of Windhoek. She served it before she becomes 25, while I only became to serve as a mayor when I was above 40. So already by then, as a young person, could have the opportunity to get the position. What I'm trying to say is it was just to correct that if we believe it like that, that it's not easy. You want to ask me, or you ask me, what is that in place for young people, be it men and women, to get positions? I can talk about SWAPO Party where I serve. We have constitutional rights, as you heard about it in the morning, that both female and male, they can occupy positions. I can say that the institutional tools are there. However, the requirements or the ways on the criteria on how to implement are not very clear. And that is where the loophole is. What is now required, as it was mentioned in the morning, it's for young persons organizations. In this case, I can refer to SWAPO Party Youth League, since I'm representing a political party's wing. So they have to come up with criteria to be followed so that they have many young people who occupy positions. But like any other organization, you need to meet some requirements. Why? Because you need also to bring at the table some expertise, some skills. So in short, the institutional tools are there. However, the criteria on the implementations might be problematic, and this might influence also the young people not to occupy the required positions. But I have to also be honest here, and maybe to say factual issues, that at times when young people are given opportunities, they feel, no, we are not yet ready. At times they are the one giving away their opportunities. Again, we go back to abuse. When you do not know your rights, when you do not know if you are being abused or not, when a senior person coming to you to say, please do not stand for this position now, wait, you think that person is on your side, meanwhile, the person is abusing you mentally. So all this, they will only realize, as it was said in the morning by the Vice President, that young people follow us, be with us, so that we groom you. I am happy to read here that we need to foster together. We now senior people, We must be enablers, and then we mobilize you. For us to enable you to do something and to mobilize you to do something is when you work together with us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I think that's such a great reminder that it is important for us to step into our power when we do have opportunity, and a reminder that there's such incredible potential mentorship in this room that we can gravitate to as young people in order to further engage politically. Thank you so much. So my next question is for Joanna. You talked about some of the challenges that you are seeing within your context as an elected official, as a political representative in Zimbabwe. What are some of the effective interventions that you're seeing, and what are some of the things that you're fighting for to ensure safety, but also seeing more women in the political space?
Thank you very much, Rana. I will share my personal experiences, what I've also done in terms of making sure that the space that I operate in is very safe. The first thing is mentorship, as you rightly said, that you need a very good support system as a young person who is entering into politics. Because the political space sometimes can be very lonely, where you feel that you don't have anyone to turn to, and sometimes you really feel that you're suffocating, and also your cup is empty. And like we always say in our spaces, that you can't actually pour into other people's cups when yours is empty. So what we need, the first thing, is mentorship. Let's have strong support systems. And I mean, with mentorship, this could be a structural coaching where you can actually enhance your capacities and your capabilities. Because once you do that, honestly speaking, you know, when you're a young woman who is in politics, you're under scrutiny. So it means that can also support you in terms of how you perform your duties in parliament or in public office. When you perform, then it means also you're reducing, you know, abuse as well, because sometimes you're easily attacked because you've made mistakes and so forth. Not saying that making mistake is bad in politics, because we are all learning, we are on a journey, we are on a pathway. Then the second thing for me, it's education. I think we have been talking about education here, learning from other women who have walked through the journey. Just by reading stories, to just tell yourself that you're not alone, you're not walking alone in the journey. Other women have actually faced the same challenges that you're facing. I think that is quite encouraging. It's also very motivating. So just getting to know other women, connecting with other women in different spaces who have gone through the journey, it's very important. And for me, it has helped me to say, this is sometimes, it's a repeat of what has happened during the colonialism in Zimbabwe, where we've seen people like Margaret Longo, where we've seen people in South Africa during apartheid, like Winnie Madikizela Mandela, and so forth. So sometimes these things, it's not something new, but you have seen the repeat of it. So by reading and understanding what other women have gone through will actually, you know, be a source of motivation and a source of inspiration to you. But the third thing that is also very close to me, and something that I've pushed since the time I've been in politics, is to seek justice. We are here with the commissioner here. We're saying that as a young woman who might be facing persecution or victimization, go and report to the police. That is very important. Whether the police is not going to act or not, make sure that there's a record to show that there's a young woman who has been victimized. There's a young woman who has been tortured. There's a young woman who has faced some form of violence. So for me, seeking justice is one of the most important things. It might not come now. It can take months. It can take years. But eventually, and I want to quote the words of Dr. Martin Luther King, when he says that the arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends towards justice. Eventually, justice will prevail. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm sure that you also, in your space, in your leadership, in your visibility, also inspire a lot of young people. I remember I actually ran for office myself in the US, and I remember the thing that really did keep me going was having mentorship and having other women who had been down that path, who had experienced similar challenges, who ensured me about that light at the end of the tunnel and kept me going. And so thank you for that reminder. Commissioner, I'm wondering if you could speak to a positive intervention that you have seen? Obviously, you talked a little bit about some of the challenges. Some people might not feel like they want to report. We know the pervasiveness of the violence in your framing. What are some of the interventions that you have seen that have been most effective in getting people to report, one, and two, minimizing the incidence of gender violence?
Thank you very much. The most important platform is Police Public Relations Committee, the engagement between the police and the community. You cannot be policing people in isolation. It will never work. So, constant engagement with members of the community, constant engagement with those that are affected can only color the picture to the point that you would realize what exactly are the problems. Let me take a point out of the organization of NAMPO. When the police, after independence started, likewise the Correctional Service and the Namibia Defense Force, these entities were mostly male-dominated. In terms of its structure, and over the years, as we continued, the recruitment aspect in itself was also affected, to the extent that less than 30% of the new recruits were female, whereas the 70% and more were mostly men. Now, from the Namibian House, Parliament, we have learned that they have achieved gender parity. When we come to the Namibian police, in its senior management, I am proud to say that we are heading towards that. We are at 48% senior female officers. Very importantly,
it's amazing.
Our Deputy Inspector General for Administration is a female. The first Deputy Inspector General in the Namibian police in the history, and she's been there serving for more than 5 years. Moreover, she's the Africa Executive for Interpol.
Oh, wow.
So then when we are looking at the sphere across the regional commanders, there are regional commanders that are commissioners heading regions. We have got heads of directorate that are female, that are in charge of those directorates. And I'm proud to say that my career and where I found myself today have been paved because I was mentored by female police officers. And I continue to mentor officers, regardless of their gender. But what is something that we probably have difficulty going forward, and this is mostly to us men. We come from a patriarchal society.
Yeah.
And when we talk about aspects of gender, we as long as men do not understand the following, we will have difficulty. Gender roles are socially constructed, but they are culturally influenced. Our culture has a lot to do with why women were left behind. And once we start addressing these issues, we can ourselves achieve greater heights. For the first time in my career as a police officer, because those opportunities were not there were conferences for men, and that was conferences in general. But for the first time in the history of the Namibian police force, in the last, say 3 weeks ago, we attended for the very first time a men's conference where we would be allowed to speak on issues that affects us as men, but equally that affects women in the line of work that we are doing. So I will continue to advocate in saying that women should speak up. And when it comes to issues of gender-based violence, most often than none, women are not believed. They would come and they would report something, but you don't take them seriously. So we would encourage to say, listen to the complainants and believe them. That is very much important. Moreover, we need to continue to train our police officers to deal with victims of crime. It's been happening. In fact, we have a fully fledged directorate dedicated to gender, and they are working towards getting us there. But training is one of the tools that we can use to overcome the problems that we are facing.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, thank you, really appreciate it. Thank you all. Now we have an opportunity to take 2 questions from the audience. So, do I select them? I saw this hand up first, if anyone has a mic. So we'll take the 2 questions at the same time. I see there's 2 right here, and there's also one right there. So 2 questions? No question? No question? 2 questions? Yeah, sure, feel free to. 2 questions. 2. I know. Yes, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name
Oh,
is...
sorry, just one. Oh, okay. Did you want to say something?
Yeah, I wanted to add something.
Just really quickly, and then we'll take 2 questions.
Thank you very much. Before questions from the followers here, I made it a point to myself that I'll say something in relation to trainings. Let us make it wild to make it capacity building. Earlier on, all of us agreed with the need to capacitate for people to understand. And these workshops or trainings must not only talk about gender-based violence, but let us rather encourage people to be educated, to be capacitated, so that when you have young people who are able to carry out responsibility and they do qualify, I strongly believe that the violence will be lesser than a person who occupy a position but do not fulfill all the requirements. Also, one thing which makes women not to be, at times, I hope Doctor is following me also, because I'm going to go to her now. Women need to behave as expected from them naturally and by the community. Commissioner here mentioned the culture and the community. So politically, it is not very difficult at the lower level. But when you are upgrading yourself to go up to higher level, you need to meet some requirements. And these requirements, you are expected also to behave in a different manner. I can see the time is against us, but all I'm trying to say is politically, socially, and culturally, you are expected to behave in a given manner. And this might also protect you from being abused. Allow me to talk about feminism and feminist. Okay, they are saying time there.
So actually, we will no longer be able to do questions just to honor people's time and honor time. So if you do have a question, you could feel free to ask it later after the panel. But thank you again so much to everyone who is on the panel. Thank you for your words, thank you for your time, and thank you for all the work that you do.
Thank you so much, Rana.
Thank you so much, Rana. Please remain standing. We just want to already have it. Just hand over some gifts to you. And for a photo shoot. Here you go. Time is not on our side, but we still have to make time for a photo shoot. Rana, there you go. Come in. Thank you so much. We are so blessed to have so many of you remarkable women in the audience. And I just want to take the time to quickly allow Dr. Rampele to say a few things in response to perhaps this discussion that just took place. Microphone. Very briefly, before we move on to our next session, Dr. Rampele.
Yeah. I just want to say this has been an amazing day. We continue to excel, do better than the last panel. The next panel always does better. And I think this is exactly what's going to get us to where we want to be. But we also need to recognize something, which I hope when I have an opportunity to talk, I can speak to it, which is that our culture as Africans has been violated. In Africa, the women were the keeper of the seed. Therefore, they were the most fundamentally important people. This patriarchy came with the colonialists. Women in this continent were known not only to carry the human seed, but also the seed of whatever we eat. And so I'm so grateful, Commissioner, that your gentleness, you have escaped this. But I want to plead with each one of us in this room. Let us re-educate ourselves. Can I plead that this constitutionalism of Namibia translates into an education system that teaches different values? I am hesitant that I should behave in a culturally appropriate way, because if I had, you would not be seeing me here. I'll be in my village with 12 babies on my back and completely, because nobody expected me to be a doctor. And nobody expected me not to do what people, but I had the fortune of a great-grandmother who was illiterate, but she said, my daughter, don't listen to anybody. Listen to the spirit inside you. My grandmother's the same thing. My mother's the same thing. So I want to encourage us. Yes, let's respect those cultural aspects which are life-giving. The ones that undermine our femininity, no.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rampele, for those very inspiring remarks that I tend to agree with. Thank you very much. We now move on to our next session, and I would like to take the time to welcome to the stage the Nalafem Secretariat to speak on the state of accountability. Nalafem has been leading on accountability, ensuring that commitments made by African governments to young women are tracked. As a collective, they begin with accountability within individuals, organizations, and institutions, and then move to accountability amongst us as feminists and as a global community. Please allow me to welcome to the stage Dr. Reem Hussein and Nola, I'm going to get the surname correctly, Gunyam. Is that correct, from Nalafem? Please welcome Nalafem team members to the stage.
Hello. Hello.
Okay, all right, it's working. Thank you. So there's this tendency to think about accountability as if it's a complicated issue, requiring heavy data and complex indexes. But it's not. Accountability is about a way of being. It is about being an unapologetic, decolonial, Pan-African feminist. It is about dismantling colonial structures and practices of where the money goes, how it moves, who it reaches, and what it is spent on. It is about embodying the language and practice that comes with asserting that decolonization needs to happen, or that we are decolonial.
Yes, Rim, because accountability is in bridging and connecting policies, their implementation, the grassroots, the government, the funder, the companies, civil society, you and me. Accountability won't stop at your reports or indexes. No, it won't. It will start and move in our anger and rage upon the streets. Accountability will be in the boardrooms that we occupy when we are calling for more of us, a lot more of us on the seats.
It will be in the classrooms where we teach and plan for our futures to change our reality, where the world has only moved 22.5% on our political empowerment of women. It will be in the newsrooms where we no longer ask if our country is ready for a woman in power. We will no longer allow 40 billion in commitments to women and girls, and we are still not sure where it went.
We will no longer allow governments to merely make 38 commitments out of 475 for feminist movements and leadership. Accountability starts within as individuals, and it's about sitting in community. Quick question. Who in this space, in this hall right now, is not a Pan-African feminist? Yeah, you're supposed to answer. Or who is not a Pan-African feminist right now in this space?
No one.
Are you leaders? Are you leaders? Yes.
Are you unintentionally using your privilege to dominate in spaces you are part of?
Are you showing up when young feminists invite you to small, low-profile meetings, or do you delegate it to other smaller, low-profile people?
I heard a little bit of mumbling. Good. We're being honest. Are you canceling last minute on young feminists, but would not do it if the president invited you?
Are you using your voice and your platforms to call out all forms of discrimination, abuse of power, violence, toxicity? Yes.
Have you ever looked at another sister as a threat or gotten worried you would be overshadowed? And have you ever been a part of a conversation that cuts down another woman?
Because if you have answered yes to any of the questions above, I am sorry to say you are a gatekeeper. If we cannot hold ourselves accountable, we cannot hold anyone else accountable, because it begins with us. Accountability begins with us.
It begins with us challenging power amongst each other. It begins with us reconstructing the way we speak, the way we meet, and the way we hold those accountable.
It begins with collectively asserting the need to fulfill commitments and to collectively stand together in opposition to the anti-rights agenda.
We must be organized, consistent, and always in Pan-African feminist solidarity.
Because in the fight for honesty,
in the quest for justice,
and in the pursuit of a better world,
we will come together as sisters.
We will come together as Nala. Thank you. Thank you.
Another round of applause for the Nalafem team, please. Can we have more of that? Namibian style. Yeah? All right, I'm so glad that we are chirpy again, that the food did not allow us to damp our spirit. So I'm very happy about that. But we're moving on, and we're moving on fast, right? Because we need to also make progress. And I'm going to introduce to you the next panel, not the panelists, but the whole panel and what they will be focusing on right now. This panel will explore the dynamics between different generations in leadership roles and decision-making processes. This discussion, which I'm sure you will be inspired by, will examine whether current practices in leadership and governance act as gatekeeping mechanisms or foster a collaborative co-leadership approach. So I'm very delighted to introduce to you a young lady. Before I heard about the Nalafem Summit, I saw her on South African television with her absolutely beautiful hair, speaking her mind. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage, Zuleika Patel. Zuleika Patel, ladies and gentlemen, is an advisory council member at Nalafem, an anti-racism activist, best-selling author, speaker, and founder of Dare to Change. Zuleika, it's over to you.
Thank you so much. Good morning.
Good morning.
Oh, it's the afternoon now, apologies. I have the delightful honor of speaking about a topic and actually having a discussion with my panelists about a topic that I believe is one of the most important topics on our continent currently. Because it cannot be that I stand here as a Gen Z activist, one of the most underrepresented generations in leadership on the continent, yet it is the very same generation that is at the grassroots level, that is demanding change, that is at the forefront of not just demanding change, but creating impactful change. It is the same generation where about a week ago in Kenya, ensured that a bill that would endanger citizens in terms of taxes was prevented from being passed. It is the same generation where in many regions on the continent has actually created impactful change. And also, it is the same generation which, according to the demographics on the continent, happens to be the majority in our population as a continent. Yet it is the most underrepresented generation. It cannot be that in 2024, we celebrate Emma as Honorable Emma, as the youngest minister, and among the very few young people in leadership that are in their 20s on the continent. Yet she forms part of the majority of the population on the continent. So I'm so honored to form part of the discussion around intergenerational accountability, gatekeeping, and co-leadership. And allow me to welcome the panelists on stage. Dr. Mampele Rampele from South Africa, who is the Commissioner on the Global Commission on the Economics of Water. Beans Gawanas from Namibia, former Special Advisor on Africa for the United Nations, and Dr. Clarence Moniba from Liberia, who is from the Liberian National Union. Here is a mic. Thank you so much for joining me on stage. I'd like to get right into the discussion around particularly focusing on where we lost it with intergenerational leadership on the continent. And I'd like to start with you, Dr. Rampele. You formed part of the of the anti-apartheid struggle for liberation in South Africa. And you formed part of the leadership of a particularly important movement, which was the South African Students' Organization, which led the Black Consciousness movement in the 70s. And you formed part of leading this with the late Steve Biko, which was a majority youth organization. And it's integral because in the anti-apartheid struggle for liberation, we saw a shift in the 70s where the struggle now was led by young people, and young people were at the forefront of demanding and fighting for liberation in South Africa. However, throughout the entire struggle and going into the transition into the democratic dispensation, we saw intergenerational leadership. We saw a combination of young people, but young people being supported by the advisory of the older generation. I'd like to reflect on exactly where we lost that, because today in our country, South Africa, just yesterday the cabinet was announced. And prior to yesterday's announcement, what we consistently see in every single administration is that as much as we have achieved the mark on equality in terms of the gender demographic within cabinet, however, we still see young people being underrepresented, and we don't see enough young people occupying office as ministers and forming part of the executive leadership. So where exactly do you think we lost it and we missed the mark?
Thank you very much. I'm just very proud to be part of an event that's led by young women who are very clear about the need for us to have a generational shift, a gender shift. And they're not taking us to a place unknown to this continent. They're just taking us home. Now, what happened to us in the 70s, in fact, it was the late 60s, that there was a wave across the globe. In America, it was anti-Vietnam and anti-racism. In Europe, it was anti-establishment. And there we were sitting in a country called South Africa, where less than 10% of the population had their boots on the necks of more than 90% of the population. So when we met as medical students at the University of Natal in 1968, we asked ourselves this question, weekend after weekend, because as a medical student, you're so busy, you don't have time during the week. Until one day we woke up to say, wait, as long as you call yourself non-white and you answer to someone saying you are a non-European, you have lost the plot. So framing the struggle as an anti-apartheid struggle, our elders were looking to get access to a system which was flawed. We were the first generation that said, no, we are not fighting against apartheid. We're fighting for full liberation. And that liberation starts with you. We had to name ourselves. And in that naming of ourselves as black and proud, boy, we became free spirits, unstoppable. I'm 76 now. Do you think I'm going to stop anytime soon? No. And also, we recognize that one of the real poisons of colonial conquest was imposing European values on us. Each time I meet my daughters, beautiful daughters and sons, and they tell me, I'm David, I'm Mavis. Hello. When you walk in London, have you ever seen a white Matumi? Or somebody you call Sipo in Germany? Why have we embraced? Naming is very sacred in African culture. When you are given a name, you are named after somebody to continue the lineage. And so I plead with you all. I know it's not your fault. I'm not saying hate your name. I'm just saying what we did, because we had those names. My middle name is Aleta because I'm named after my mother's mother, who was told to be baptized here to get this English name, or this Dutch name. And so my point, though, is this, that we now have been in this journey of post-colonial era long enough, and yet we have not yet freed ourselves from the shackles of being named by others, how we think of ourselves. And as I said earlier on, we need to remember that we in Africa represent the first human civilization on earth. We are the cradle of humanity, and the cradle not only of a civilization, as they said, we're jumping from. We were the makers, the originators of science. Otherwise, how do you build pyramids? How do you do mummies if you don't understand the human body? And so my point is this, that my generation made the breakthrough. Where did we lose the plot? We lost the plot in 1990, when the elders came back from jail, from exile, and Mr. Mandela, and bless his soul, he said over and over, this liberation has not been won by the efforts of one organization. But the problem we have, whether it's in Namibia with SWAPO, or in South Africa with ANC, or in Zimbabwe with ZANU, is this wanting to own success. Success should have many fathers and mothers. And to the extent that we acknowledge that each one of us brought something to it. So we lost the plot there, and that's why we need to pick up. And that's why I'm here to say to you, I am part of those who lost the plot. So now, please forgive me and allow me to continue to support you, because I am committed. I'm Nala, I'm committed to this intergenerational collaboration and the shift to your generation to lead. Please lead.
Just before I come to you, Dr. Clarence, because you've done a very interesting thing in your career previously, I want to pick up on your point, Dr. Rampele, because you've identified where we lost, where we missed the mark, and you are holding yourself accountable as well. However, I do want to say that you form part of a minority of the elder generation that is holding themselves accountable for actually excluding young people from leaving the grassroots level and forming part of leadership. How do we actually, as young people, get to the point where we pick up the plot? Because your generation was a generation that didn't ask to be in power, that didn't ask to go to the front, they took power. So what do we actually do? Because in our country particularly, we're seeing many young people from the administration, the 6th administration, which began in 2019, go into parliament. However, we're not seeing these members of parliament get into executive leadership and get into government. We're seeing them just remain in parliament. So the elder generation is continuously shutting the door. What do we actually do? Should we start a revolution and demand our place as well? What should we do?
You should start the revolution. Like we started the revolution, but what we did in that revolution, we recognized that as a small group of 15 people, we couldn't actually have a revolution in the whole country. But we mobilized upwards and downwards. We went to high schools and mobilized, and those are the young people who led the June 16 uprising. We mobilized our elders in the faith community, workers, so that we knew we were just too small to do it. And so I don't want to hear people say, but our voices are not heard. My voice was not heard. In that group of 15, I was one of the 2 or so women. And I said, okay, we have now freed ourselves from being non-whites and non-Europeans. I'm a woman. And what a woman. I'm going have us as a woman there, drawing on the strengths from the strong men from my family. And if you do it in a way that builds, if you're doing it to show off, then you're dead. But if you do it as a way that says to you, Ubuntu, as we say in Africa, has to be visible in how you deal with yourself, at the personal level, the professional level, and the political level. And once you do that, you will not be trapped in positions of power because you don't want to rock the boat. No. Please just step up and lead.
The instruction is clear to all the young people in the room. The instruction is clear. No one's going to hand our place to us. Dr. Clarence, you, in the duration of your career, got to a point where you took the courageous step to contest for president. And I am of the belief that young people on the continent are over-mentored but underfunded. And I'm sure outside of ageism, you must have faced challenges whilst campaigning. And a lot of young people face challenges whilst campaigning or trying to get into office due to a lack of funds. So what challenges did you face, and how do you think we can better address the financial challenges that young people face when they try to campaign for office? Because it's not any easy thing to do when you don't have the resource to do it.
And especially in Africa, where when you're running a campaign, instead of people giving money to you, you have to give money to them. So a typical example in Liberia, when you go speak to 500-600 people, the first thing you have to do after you're leaving is to give them a thank you money. So yeah, right, exactly. So it's almost impossible if you're giving out $200, $300. And during my campaign period, I would give 8 speeches a day. So I'm giving 8 speeches a day. You're giving about $300, $400 to each group just because you have to appreciate them being there. Just imagine how much money that is. And the challenge we have as young people, obviously, is that we also don't believe in ourselves. A lot of times when I would go out and I would talk to young people to say, listen, I'm running for president. Really? You're young. Why? And I remember one of the most pressure day I had, I guess. I had a lot of elders come from my village and come from my county. It was 14 of them. I remember, because I remember sitting there counting all of them. It was 14 of them. And they came and say, oh, nephew, which is what they all call me. Nephew, you have a long life ahead of you. You should wait. Let the older folks go. And, I was very clear with them. I didn't want to brag, but I told them this. I said, listen, I'm the most educated person who had ever run for president. I have 2 masters and PhD. I've gone to some of the best schools in the world. I've worked for the UN. I've worked for African Development Bank. I've served as minister. I've headed the infrastructure development in this country. You should be ashamed, as my elders, as my fathers, as my uncle, to come and discourage me. And I was clear with them. Now, granted, they're not talking to me anymore because they said I disrespected them. But, the whole idea is that we as young people have to believe in ourselves. Once the young people, they see us building this momentum, this force, then the older generation will be forced to, to help support financially. But I always tell people, I said, nobody will ever, and it goes to what you were saying, nobody is ever going to hand us anything. If you want something, you take it. So I tell people I'm not going to live in the shadows. And so our generation, if we want to truly transform Africa, because we cannot say we are happy with how Africa is right now, especially when you come to Liberia and you see the underdevelopment. So a lot of times when people saw me, honestly, during my campaign period, I got more votes for the next election period than I got this one, because everybody would be like, oh, next time we're going to vote for you. And I said, fine, if you want me to wait, you also wait for a good education. You also wait for good roads, because our generation will be the one to transform Africa. Our generation will be the one to transform Liberia. And if we don't believe that, we will never be able to make the country and the continent that we want.
I just want to focus on the part where I touched on the financial aspect around the difficulty of running for office or campaigning for young people on the continent.
Right.
How can those challenges be better addressed to ensure successful campaigning for young people on the continent?
You know, and the difficulty, so when you look at the continent in itself, right, you go to the Western world and you have billionaires. You have Trump, he's a billionaire. He's asking people for $1. He's asking people for $5. And I reference it. On a typical day, 15 to 20 people will ask me for money. But the idea is, if you do not give me money, how and why should I vote for you? So the issue is, it's very difficult because we're not a poor continent, but we act poor. And so it's going to be very difficult to go to somebody, you're giving a speech to 200 people, all of them are living on less than $2 a day, and you're going to generate money. It's going to be impossible. You're not going to be able to ask somebody who is barely eating, has no electricity, has no food, has no bed, and they're sleeping on a mat to give you money. So now we go back to why we continue to maintain this momentum of corrupt politicians maintaining themselves in government, in elections, because they steal the money and go back and give the money to the people who are running. And so then people like us, we are stuck out of this whole ecosystem of finances because there's no support. And so it goes back to the idea, if the young people do not all band together and say, we are going to transform this country, the money is never going to come.
Absolutely. I believe in our campaigning as young people, if we can organize in large numbers, unite and bring ourselves together. And I'm going to use my country, for example. If we had a young person run for office and they managed to organize young people, let's say 100,000 young people. If each of us gave that person R1, that's 100,000 already. And if we gave them R1 on a monthly basis, do you see how much that is? So I think as young people, we also need to band together in supporting one another because we're never going to be heard if we cannot unite. Mama Beans, I want to come to you because you've served on multilateral institutions, both continentally and internationally. And I want to know, what kind of support did you receive when you were starting your journey into leadership as an African woman? Because many times we see that African women, when they start their journey into leadership, they lack support. And not just in the beginning, but throughout their leadership journey. And what kind of support needs to come as well from global, larger feminist institutions in supporting African women through their leadership journeys?
May I start by saying that I am unapologetically a feminist. And because I am a feminist, I don't occupy positions without challenging the undercurrents. There is a huge difference between being just part of a women's movement and being part of a feminist movement. Feminists are radically asking questions about the status quo. The women's movement could sometimes be the gatekeepers. So I just want to start there. You know, solidarity, I know that it's a topic that will come up, afterwards. But when you enter into any position of power, just be 100% sure that if you do not have a support system around you, it's going to be difficult. And the support system does not necessarily come from other women. The support system also comes with the men with whom you are working. Because, I hope you understand that if the men that you are working with, because I used to tell the men, don't be Democrats by day and dictators by night. Because some men can respect us when we are in the public spaces. But they go home and they expect their wives to cook and to do all kinds of things for them. So that kind of mindset, becomes a problematic in the workplace if a man does not respect that you are his equal. Once you have that, like Doctor was saying, they were two amongst so many men, but yet their voices were there. And so for me, I mean, I have the loudest voice. I can speak without this mic. And I make sure that my voice is going to be heard wherever I am. The support system starts from your family. If your family believe in you, if they say, Beans, you can do it, you can make it, it really gives you that power and that, to move forward. But if they don't have confidence in you, and if they say, oh my gosh, is she really going to make it? It's not going to work. Now, I will tell you, there are the kind of like formal support structures. But I have benefited a lot from the kind of informal support structures where amongst us as women in leadership within the organization, we would meet over a meal. We would invite each other, we would dance and eat together. I may have had a very terrible day, but once I am in that kind of setting with other women, and I can share with them what I had experienced during the day, at work, it really makes a difference. So we should not always look for the kind of like formal support structures, but how do we create those informal settings where it's a safe space within which, you can work. But if I may just come back to this question of why do we not give to young people? Power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. No one gives power freely away. Once you have tasted power, and once you have tasted the trappings of power, you don't just give it away. And we never expected when we were young people that it will just happen that way. So you were laughing when Doctor said revolution. Now people think revolution is always violent. No, revolution is that, don't tell us that we are the leaders of the future when we can lead now. Because if you wait for the future, that's evolution. It might never happen. So it's always right that you challenge us, that you tell us that, it's time to go. But Aya taught me something that I never thought of when we met for the first time. There were two things that she taught me. It was always about co-leading and co-creating. That are important terms for us as elders, because sometimes we feel threatened. You people always talk about this, these old people must go. And that is sometimes the kind of like, problematic that I see. Is there a space for all of us to share what we have together without anyone monopolizing anything? And I am entitled to work until the age of 60 or maybe 65. So don't tell me I'm old. Wait for your turn. But also, let us not limit leadership to political office. Political office, power in our countries can only be negotiated through political parties. Now, you could have a very democratic country, but if your political party is not democratic and give you that space, because otherwise you have to stand as an independent candidate, isn't it?
Yes.
You have to first get onto a party list. And that space on that party list, everybody wants to be there. Everybody, and it's not because you think you can serve the country better. Many people go on those lists because they want to eat better.
Absolutely, that's true.
And that is what we should fight against. Young people should be clear. If they want to be leaders, do they want to be unethical and corrupt leaders? Or do they want to become leaders so that they can serve their people? Because you can criticize the leaders now that they are not serving the people. But many of you come into positions and that is where the problem comes. So intergenerational accountability cuts both ways. That I also want to hold you as young people. People come in and you misuse and abuse in the same way. That's why I'm saying it does not matter sometimes whether you are old or young. It's power that corrupts.
That's true. I'm going to ask my last two questions to Dr. Clarence and Dr. Rampele, and I'll open the floor for a Q&A because I see that we're left with 11 minutes. And Mama Beans is now talking about intergenerational accountability, which is very important, especially when we talk about intergenerational leadership. We need to ensure that young people are also held accountable, and in fact also ensure that young people are also not the ones doing the gatekeeping and are not the ones closing the door for other young people, and ensuring that when they get into any form of leadership, they're getting into that form of leadership just to fill their own pockets. So intergenerational accountability is important. So I want to ask you, Dr. Clarence, how do we dismantle the culture of young people who also get into leadership and close the door for other young people and are the actual gatekeepers?
You know, and that's somewhat of the challenge. In Liberia, we always say, because in my country, like it is in a lot of different African countries, the richest people in the country are politicians. So as a 10-year-old child growing up and they want to be rich, they don't say, I want to be a business person, because they see the business lady here and she's selling fish and she's barely eating. So they don't want to do that. They see the big car, they see the nice house. That's the minister's house. That's the senator's house. So they enter into government not to serve, but to gain. So inevitably, when you have a young person who ultimately gets into whatever branch of government, their mindset is not to serve. It's how can I make as much money as possible? Because this also plays to the fact of why the older generation, especially in Africa, will not give the younger people a chance. Because if you leave at 60, 65, there's no pensions. There's no ways to eat. So as a result, you're forced to cling on to that power you talked about. You're forced to hold on to power so that your family can eat, so that you can survive. And so all of these things comes back to the idea of we must demand. I always used to tell people, I say, don't vote for me because I'm young. Vote for me because I have a plan. I have I have the competency. That's what we should be looking for. Forget the youth. Let's look for competency.
On intergenerational co-leadership, Dr. Rampele, we have so much discourse locally, continentally, and internationally around young people and the power that young people have to bring about impact, create change. And so many people talk about young people and praise them for movements they've started to create change. However, whilst we see this discourse around young people, we still see that there's a culture of gatekeeping as well amongst the elder generation, who sees the younger generation as only enough and fit for being in the streets, campaigning, protesting, demanding change. However, they don't see the young generation fit enough to take their advocacy from the street grassroots level and bring it into governance and decision-making spaces and leadership spaces. How do we
because it's a colonial education system. We have a patriarchal system that says, you, as a woman, you think you can really lead. Or you are too young, you must wait. It's all in the way we are brought up, at home and in the school system. Now that's where I really believe legislation is one thing. We have a constitution equal to none. Incidentally, our democracy is not superior to any of the others in Africa. I think Botswana is doing better than us. We have imbibed the whole colonial model of education, of governance. And our education system, as I sit here, is worse than the education system I went through. And the thing is that education is meant to liberate the genius in every child, to make you feel that there is nothing that you can't do within your talent band. But every time you get to school, you are told you're not smart enough, you are not this, you are not that, you are too poor, you're that. So I'm pleading with you, Sisi, Aya, please, let's put education front and center. We need education for liberation. That education will help us from preschool, where kids must grow up believing that there is nothing impossible. Then all these questions will, in the end, as well as, they have to be, education transformation must be accompanied by a socio-economic transformation. The economic system we have is winner take all. So if you have a capitalist system like we have, you cannot but have a governance system that is all for winners. So please, let us have the revolution in education, in socio-economic development, and this old lady will be behind you cheering.
Eurocentric and Afrocentric. You know, when the UN was established in 1948, where were we? Where were the Africans? Were they at that table when the UN was established? No. But we joined the UN. We joined as African states. And what is happening today at the UN in terms of, if you were watching what was going on in terms of the resolutions of the Security Council, that is when the reality really kicks in, that multilateralism might not necessarily suit peace and security at the moment, because it's very selective. Double standards have been shown to exist. African states have, since I was at the African Union, asked for the reform of the Security Council. Now, remember this. When you have the power, you don't give power up easily. And so we might wait forever for the Security Council to reform, because at the end of the day, they have to decide how to reform themselves. You understand? It's not there is no superior other authority that can say you must reform this way. So that's one thing I want to say. Multilateralism is the best option for world peace and for development. Unfortunately, it never speaks to the issues that we are faced with as Africans. Secondly, I fully agree with what Dr. is saying. Had we had an opportunity to say at independence, we are going to stop, we are going to completely restructure, and then we will continue. Unfortunately, that does not always happen. Many times we gain our independence through negotiated settlements. And once you go into a negotiated settlement, you have to make compromises. You have to do all kinds of things. But that still does not mean that peace on our continent, for example, why don't we use the mechanisms that we had always had in terms of conflict resolution? And that's maybe why there's always going to be this, recurrence of conflicts, because we are not dealing actually with the root causes for which the conflict has arisen in the first place. And we think it's merely a power sharing deal. Conflicts happen because people are hungry. Conflicts happen because people have no access to resources. Conflicts happen because of bad governance and corruption. But when we negotiate peace, we never take those things into account. So I do believe that you know, the spirit of Ubuntu is what has driven some of us all our lives, that I never thought that I have achieved. I always thought I have achieved because of others. And so whatever we do with compassion. We do with empathy of the other. If you don't have empathy and you are only interested in the position that you occupy, can I leave you with a last word? Do not occupy a position. Use the position as a tool for social transformation. That is what is important.
Thank you so much to my panelists. In closing, nothing about the continent can be discussed when there are other people missing at the table, when young people are not at the table. Nothing for young people without young people being there, and we must ensure that we're all equally represented at the table. There must be nothing for the continent without all of us there. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Please remain. We just have some gifts to hand over and then take a few pictures. Here you go, Mama. There you go. There you go. All right. Yeah, you're taking a picture. Thank you for that music in the background. We needed to hear that all day. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Excuse me. Thank you so much, Zuleika. What an incredible, inspiring conversation that was. I'm sure it gave a lot of you an opportunity to really think, isn't it? And especially for Namibians that are in the room, you know, the one question that I was thinking about is, we've heard so many voices in the media in the Namibian landscape when it comes to, you know, asking the question, did you register to vote in the upcoming elections? And sometimes you do hear this voice amongst young people that, you know, they're not interested to vote, etc., etc. But it was interesting to hear all of these viewpoints from the previous panel. Now, as you can see, we are getting ready basically for the last session. The last session of the third Nalafem Summit. So I want to call to the stage, if I may at this point in time, a lady with a very beautiful voice. But let me first talk about the subject, right? So the next panel will interrogate how the challenges African women, the women leaders face in getting global support, and delves into what global solidarity needs to look and feel like. And I want to call on Rose Wachuka, if I pronounce your name correctly, ma'am, to please join me on the stage to talk about the next discussion. All right, a quick announcement while we welcome Rose. Just a quick announcement. There's a Jeep outside, a grey car. Registration number N900, is it 59W? You would know if you're the owner. Your door is open. So let's see how fast this person is going to run. All right, just a quick announcement there. Ladies and gentlemen, Rose Wachuka, thank you so much for joining me, ma'am, on this Nalafem stage. She is the Advisory Council Chair at Nalafem and Chief of Staff of the Office of the Chief Justice and the President of the Supreme Court of Kenya, I gladly hand over to you the last session of the third Nalafem Summit. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Welcome to this ultimate panel. It is the rapid speed panel, but it is also the panel where we discuss whether global feminism and global solidarity with African leaders is authentic. And before I do that, allow me to share with you the greetings of Oluwaseun, who was here for the Nala retreat, but had to travel back to Canada to take care of business. Olu writes that the journey hasn't been easy. I remember when I started STARE, a police public relations officer asked why I was wasting my master's degree fighting for women's rights. Why had I left the United Nations to move back to Nigeria to pursue this activism? There were many naysayers who doubted if I could achieve tangible progress through my advocacy. Many did not believe it was a viable thing to do. Others shamed me for owning my voice and doing something with it. Others only wanted to interact with me because of my violation experience and couldn't see me past being a sexual violence survivor. I was cast as the perfect storytelling victim and invited to relieve what had happened to me at public events, regardless of the trauma this caused me. There's something to be said about how feminist activists, black feminist activists, are expected to perform their trauma in order to validate their work. Powerful words from Oluwaseun. Please grab a copy of the I Am Nala book as I welcome on stage 3 wonderful panelists to delve with me into this topic of global solidarity with African women leadership in national and multilateral ecosystems. Lama Al-Khatib, Open Society Foundation, a round of applause. Welcome, Lama. Mama C, Mama Charlotte O'Neill, artist and veteran of the Black Panther Party, and Erika Goulson, UNFPA resident rep to Namibia. Welcome on stage. A round of applause, please. As I indicated, ours is the rapid fire section or panel because we have exactly 20 minutes to stand on business. And we are talking about global solidarity with African women leadership in national and multilateral ecosystem. There is an African proverb that goes something like this, that until the lion learns to roar, the story will always glorify the hunter. I'm thinking about the African freedom struggle and the participation of African women within it. But I'm also thinking about the literature that has come out of it, that magically forgot the participation of African women in the struggle. Oftentimes, African women are overlooked for their contributions to radical African movement building on the continent and the diaspora. Oftentimes, African women also are peripherized and form the least priority in the multilateral hierarchy of priorities. The divisions between the global north, the global south, developing, developed countries, and the patriarchal capitalist fault lines within them have not spared African women. And I dare say that when push comes to shove, it is African women leaders who always take the least priority. On to my first question, Lama. The Open Society Foundation supports a number of women leadership programs towards fueling and sustaining a wide social movement from labor rights, environmental justice, and land rights to peace building, sexual and reproductive rights, and public health. So in this safe and non-judgmental space, we want to know, why does the Open Society Foundation still use the colonial separation of North Africa from Africa into a colonial geopolitical construct of the MENA? Why is this still not being challenged internally? And how do we collectively move this forward? Lama.
Easy question. Thank you, Rose. No, thank you. And thank you to Nalafem's team for organizing this space. I feel very privileged to be here to learn and hear and experience the space with all of you. I'll start by saying, agreeing and acknowledging that these are colonial constructs that are imposed, that North Africa was, imposed by the French colonization, specifically the French colonized countries. And then later on came in MENA, or Middle East and North Africa, which was introduced by the United States, I guess, mostly with the Bush administration as a framework for the US foreign policy and, military strategies targeting this part of the world. And then many organizations, academia, international organizations, philanthropy, ended up adopting these concepts and frames for their programmatic kind of organizing. And as someone also from the Middle East, from Jordan, I think I also should, emphasize that we acknowledge that philanthropy mostly is Eurocentric, US-centric. So this is a reality, and this is how, where decisions are made, concepts are framed, but this doesn't mean that we should not be challenging that. I want to share that with OSF, Open Society Foundation specifically, that these concepts have been, evolving. Answering your question, Rose, like we are internally discussing them, challenging them, and I think private philanthropies, private foundations specifically have the responsibility of leading these kinds of debates because as opposed to institutional funders, for example, I think there is more space for this discussion internally with the movements that we engage with and support and interact with. So it's important to have these discussions. And when I first joined OSF 8 years ago, there wasn't a MENA kind of framing or a Middle East and North Africa. It was the Arab region. So I joined what was called the Arab Regional Office, which included countries in the Middle East, countries in North Africa, and then it evolved and it became the Middle East and North Africa after many discussions. And also, raised by partners, by movements, by actors in the field about how uninclusive, if this is a word, or not very reflective of the diversity of the region that the Arab, framing was. So it became MENA. And currently, we're moving towards a completely different structure, which I would like to briefly talk about today, but in a moment. But I want to also say, similarly, like our Africa program in the previous structure used to be a number of different sub-regional programs or foundations focused on East Africa, Southern Africa, and then it became one regional Africa program. So I just want to observe here that from my experience that these things have been changing, that we're not really stuck with these frameworks. On MENA, I think the approach of OSF and perhaps other organizations is not really wanting to separate North Africa from Africa, but looking at the commonalities between countries on North Africa with the rest of the regions, because there are, the language, the, cultural connections, a lot of the experiences, for example, like post-colonial liberation movements that, leftist movements have been very connected, social movements, and also the Arab Spring that, a revolution in Tunisia inspired a wave of protests and initiatives for reform across the region. So there are these connections that this is, how the programs are framed, but again, I don't think this is the only way that we should look at these specific contexts and countries and their broader kind of regional connections. the current conversation that's happening in OSF. So OSF last year announced a major transformation in its operating model. So we don't have, it's like moving away from permanent regional programs. So we don't have a MENA program or an Africa program anymore, or a Latin America program, but rather it's an opportunity model. So opportunities are goal-oriented kind of initiatives or programs around certain themes or challenges or problems or opportunities that bring different movements and contexts together. I'll share as an example the opportunity that I'm part of. So I recently joined the team for an opportunity called Gender, Race, and Power. So this opportunity seeks to support movements advancing gender and racial justice in context in MENA, Africa, Latin America, and Asia. As part of this change, we have a shared strategy. We're currently working on it because this is the year we're transitioning to this new model. But the idea is to have a shared strategy for this work. So, for example, while I used to work on the MENA region, I am now, able to attend a space like this, having opportunities to connect and learn from movements in other parts of the world. But also, I think this is an opportunity for us to reimagine how we see North Africa. And the final thing I want to say is OSF, historically has been very supportive of Pan-African work. For example, in our MENA program, although this framework is restricting, as we acknowledge, OSF has been supportive, for example, in partners in Tunisia, working in frameworks like the African Union, the African Commission and Court for Human and People's Rights, and other frameworks, the Pan-African Parliament, to kind of advocate for preserving the democracy accomplishments in their country on migration issues as well. Like, we've been supportive of different networks and initiatives that, you can't address these issues from the limited perspective of MENA or North Africa or just Africa, that these are very connected initiatives and movements. But perhaps just to answer your question of how we should shift these limitations, and is by exactly what you're raising in terms of needing to have these conversations internally, revisiting how programs and budgets are structured so that they can serve the actual connections on the ground. I would say also opening debates, really in-depth debates about beyond the colonial impact, the colonialism, and how it's imposing these frameworks. What else is hindering these connections, like addressing historical racism, for example, in North Africa, or what's currently happening in terms of the plight of sub-Saharan African migrants in North Africa and the Middle East, and really raising these questions, and what civil society and movements like feminist movements can do to build these bridges. Finally, I think it's really important to emphasize strengthening locally led and regionally led funding mechanisms. This means supporting the shift in power in the broader funding ecosystem. So really encouraging, for example, feminist funds and media funds and human rights funds that are being created and led by activists and movements in these regions, so that they can come up with their own framings, their own strategies, their own way of building these bridges, rather than this being imposed, by funders that are based in the US or in Europe.
Thank you very much for that elaborate answer, and I'm sure we will have an opportunity to delve deeper into it. I now want to turn over to Mama C. Mama C, as a member of the Black Panther movement, and having witnessed the energy of the Pan-African movement, how was the Pan-African movement a women-led movement? And how do we reclaim this story and this energy?
That movement has always been led by women. I'm talking about from the time of the civil rights era, when women would be going to jail, children would be going to jail and proud of it, on up to the time of the Black Panther Party era. Yes, a lot of times people don't understand that the women were so much behind that movement, and that our heroes during that time were in South Africa, you know, because our cultures were very, very similar, huh? Women have always been the backbone, whether it was women cooking for people who were demonstrating, huh? Giving refuge to people who had to be underground, any of that, you know, and international solidarity is a big part of that. I joined the Black Panther Party when I was 18 years old, huh? Fresh out of high school. I used to skip school so I could go over town to attend the rallies and to learn more about the community programs. That's where I met my husband too, 55 years ago. We've been together 55 years, you know, and that is a blessing. Me and Mama here, we're the same age set. So we understand the importance of regaining our culture, you know, and to look at things in an Afrocentric light, huh? And I feel I might be getting off the question, but okay, cool. So I feel like it's my duty, it's a part of the legacy of my ancestors to make sure that people see me dressed like that, see me wearing Afun on my face, see me wearing feathers, you know, and know that I'm an upstanding woman in communities all over the world, and that is nothing wrong with that. That's our duty as knowers, huh? To carry ourselves in that manner. You know, it is. And I learned about all that growing up in the 60s. When I was in high school, I was the only woman in thousands of students who had a natural hair. I got called out and expelled, not expelled, what is it when you're not expelled, but your parents, huh? Suspended. Because I would wear African clothes, you know? And my parents had to come and get me back in the school. You know, so it's things like that that have maintained my strength and my commitment as an African woman. I was in China a few years ago, loved the experience. I was there for 2 months. People would almost wreck their cars when I walked down the street. You know, but that made me just be more proud of who I am. Yes, you know. So I like to pass this on to our young people. You know, that we have to maintain that cultural pride because it makes us strong. It's not only honoring our ancestors, and I am an ancestor priestess, and don't y'all get nervous about that, huh? And I say that because of colonialism, so many people downplay and are afraid of our traditional African culture, huh? Which makes us who we are, and I will never stop preaching about that. I ain't no preacher, huh? But I will never stop talking about that and encouraging all of us to embrace that part of who we are, whether it's in North Africa, because I lived in Algeria with my husband for 2 years at the international section of the Black Panther Party, and that's where I learned to love and work with people from, including SWAPO. They were there too, in Algeria, and ANC, and North Korea, and North Vietnam, and all those liberation movements. And I learned that I'm a part of that. And to be proud of that, huh? I'm African, and I got a bone to pick with some people about that because a lot of times people who were born on the continent don't recognize people who are African but were born outside of the continent through no fault of our own. You know, I have to say this respectfully, even to have that American flag on my clothes, on my poster, I wish you had put Tanzania, because I've lived in America only 19 years, and I've lived in Africa since 1970, and because of my politics, I can't embrace that. I can't embrace that flag. You know, so next time, yes. Yes. So
Absolutely.
I don't forgot what your question was.
No. I want to follow up, Mama C, but before I follow up, I'd like to remind Aya that they are great husbands to be found in Pan-African spaces.
Yes, that's right.
But could you share with us your most memorable moment or story that you witnessed, where you witnessed global solidarity for African women? Do you have a moment that has stuck with you? I know there are many, but can you pick one that really did stick with you?
Yes. Well, we host a lot of gatherings at our center, United African Alliance Community Center, right? And I've been in gatherings, several of them, where women from all across Africa, we were there, and we would embrace each other, and we would encourage each other, and we would tell each other about the things we've gone through, and we were able to comfort each other. I was just in one of these kind of gatherings in Ghana, It was called womb care, where we divulged things that we had never even dreamed we would divulge, because the ancestors were in that space. It was a safe space. It was a beautiful, culturally vibrant space, and we were all from everywhere, all across the continent and outside of the continent, you know? So that's one of my most memorable times, and sharing songs and dancing. Who was saying they don't dance? Was it you?
Who was?
Somebody was up here saying they don't really dance. That's something that is so energizing, even if you don't consider yourself a dancer. And that's something that I have been blessed to do in all spaces, including with the hip hop community that I work with. The positive hip-hop community, They call me the grandmother of hip-hop.
I love it.
You know, and I love that, because I know it's my duty to influence them, and to be influenced by them.
Absolutely.
Yes. So I've had so many memorable times, but that's
yeah, we'll pick more over dinner, Mama C, I promise. Turning to Erica now. The statistics are not so encouraging, because only 13% elected leaders are in multilateral organizations since 1945 have been women. And there's just 27% female ambassadors at the UN General Assembly. So even in the spaces we think progressive, we can still see that those numbers are telling a different story. But could you share with us, as an African woman leading a multilateral organization on the continent, what challenges do you face when seeking support for your leadership and decisions?
Thank you, Rose. Good afternoon, everyone. As a woman, an Afro-descendant woman from Latin America and the Caribbean, I take extreme and immense pride in my African roots. I may not be demonstrating that today with my hair and the clothing that I'm wearing, but I do. And in terms of leadership positions for women of color, it's a small cohort on this continent. And I came to the continent in late 2015. And I've had the opportunity to really serve in leadership positions where I face challenges. We all know that, and we've heard from previous speakers about the whole traditional gender roles that persist, that creates huge challenges for us as African or African descendant women to be able to be respected, for our leadership to be accepted. I find that oftentimes both women and men in the spaces where I've worked, it's very hard for them to trust you or to support you. So I find that a lot of my time is spent building trust, collaborate, trying to, how can I say, prove to them that I'm able to lead as a black woman. But one of the things that I want to say is that the whole traditional gender roles and the patriarchal society is not something that you only see here on the African continent. I've been in leadership position prior to coming to UNFPA in my country, in my ministry, and you have to fight to be heard. And being an introvert who don't speak much, often, sometimes you have to raise your voice to be heard. And in raising your voice, you're how can I say, describe as aggressive. Me, aggressive, no I'm not. But one of the things that I continue to try to do in the organizations that I've worked on, particularly here in UNFPA, is to stay committed to the mission and vision of the organization and trying to ensure that the work that I do, it speaks to encouraging other women to move to leadership position. I try to ensure that I build a network with other black women leaders to create that space where we can share experiences and we can support each other. We can also create spaces where we mentor each other, coach each other to stay resilient, stay committed to the cause, because we know that we have a lot to offer. And I just want to say thank you to Nalafem for inviting me to this third summit. I was fortunate to be in Nigeria when they had the very first summit. I was 4 years in Nigeria before coming here, 7 months in Namibia. And I just want to say that in all the voices that I've heard in this room, it's about staying focused, continue to fight, don't give up. Try not to how can I say, stick to these traditional cultural norms that limits us, but to try to really push the needle and try to challenge ourselves as much as possible. Thank you.
Beautiful. Let's have a conversation with the audience now before we wrap up this panel. I am turning it over to you to be co-moderators and ask your questions. Yes, Mama. Mama Beans has a question. Please, the mic.
I don't know whether it's a, I don't know whether it's a question that I have specifically, but I just wanted to set a context in terms of the way I experience solidarity. And I think it's important that in terms of the history of the continent and women's movement, that we must be aware that actually, before the Organization of African Unity, we already had power, the Pan-African Women's Organization, okay, which was mostly amongst the wings of political parties. But for me, the real networking was with organizations such as WILDAF, WIMSA, and it was women using their legal skills to protect the rights of women. And I will give you examples. When a husband dies, the wife is inherited, or the widow is inherited, or land is inherited. It was organizations such as WILSA and WILDAF that ensured legislative and law reforms within the countries. I want to go further and say we must always be very clear if we talk about solidarity. Is it solidarity to create safe spaces within which we can navigate and negotiate power? That's one. Secondly, when we talk about solidarity, are we going to talk about creating power with or power over? Power with means we as young people, I should not say. I mean, that's the way I feel, isn't it?
Yes.
If you feel that way, then you must. So let me count myself in. We as young women are not a homogeneous group. Don't ever forget that. And so we must be clear when we are speaking about solidarity, whether we are creating solidarity with those that are not in a similarly situation, or whether we are going to have solidarity amongst a selected few. I think it's important that I mention that, because those are the challenges that even within the feminist movement we had to confront all the time. Race and class also came to play. So those are the things I would like us to debate when we are talking about solidarity. But to be very specific in saying, it's not solidarity to create more gatekeepers. It's actually solidarity for the sake of making sure that each and every one of you have got a voice and a space within to negotiate. I think I just wanted to share that with you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mama Beans. I think it is solidarity to build doors when opportunities don't knock as well. Yes, please.
Thank you very much. Mine is, I'm trying to look at the aspect of solidarity in this context. The women in leadership in those multilateral organizations, for instance, in her generation when they were at the UN Council and all that, there were very few women in that space. And I think it was seen as something very unique. And that's why if they would speak, people would want to listen and know what they're saying. But given the nature right now, I would just like to know whether, is it still a safe space for us to come and lobby for the issues of women, issues of the youth, issues affecting Africa in those spaces that you are? Or is there any other way that we should think of how, or the revolution you're talking about, is there any other revolution way that we as Africa can rally so that we get our safe space? Thank you.
Great question. Is it still a safe space to lobby and rally around causes? I will give the panelists an opportunity to answer that question alongside why is global solidarity around Pan-African values important as we close. Do we have any other co-moderators in the audience? Great. Let's come back to our wonderful panel. Mama C.
One of the things that I like to remind us of, and I saw evidence of this when I attended the Wild Screen Film Festival in Tanzania, was the strata of people who attended. There were indigenous people there who probably had never been to the city. There were waitresses and people in the service sector who attended. There were musicians, there were all kinds of people. So we had to remember, like the sister said, that this isn't a monolithic kind of sisterhood or brotherhood. We need to embrace everybody. When I see the sister in there cleaning out the washroom, the toilet, I make sure that I greet her and let her know, I see you, sister, and I got love for you. We have to carry that. And, that comes from my revolutionary experiences as a member of the Black Panther Party. That we must embrace all of who we are, and that is another aspect of solidarity. That's kind of easy. Young people say that's a no-brainer, and it is. So we got to practice that. We got to spread the love, you know, and the blessings among all of us.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mama C. Please go ahead.
I just want to comment on perhaps from where I'm from, the idea of solidarity, like with all the crises that our region faces, and which a lot of it resonates, and like really there are lots of shared struggles. Of course, there are unique ones to each context, each continent, each country, but I think especially feminist movements like do really realize the need and the importance of solidarity as perhaps the only hope for challenging and countering the interconnected systems of oppression that they and their societies are facing. So I think there's the agreement on its importance, but from a funding perspective, we're also always hearing that these movements being under-resourced and and challenged with other priorities as well is hindering these. And connecting that to the other question on whether if there is an opportunity or safe space. Open Society is not a bilateral organization, but I think because we're going through this transition, we're also in an incubation phase where we're trying to build this strategy, hear from different perspectives, recommendations on what the issues, what the priorities are. I think this is an opportunity to really guide this effort, because the goal is to support these transnational, cross-regional solidarity efforts and networks and spaces. I think there's an important moment, perhaps for all of us to take advantage of. But we also know from feminist movements that they are facing in multilateral spaces lots of challenges, and with this rise of anti-feminist discourse, the anti-gender movement's influence in these spaces is a very important factor to take into account. So I think also there is a need for an ongoing conversation on what strategies, what resources are needed to be elevated and strengthened in order to allow for these networks to practice solidarity with each other, but also to collectively counter these external challenges. So it's really important, and I think it's a collective effort. Philanthropies, bilateral organizations, and of course the movements themselves. I think it's important to keep the spaces for these kinds of conversations to come up with these strategies.
Wonderful. Yes, Erica.
Working with an organization that takes gender equality, diversity, and inclusion very seriously. UNFPA try our best to create spaces, safe spaces, whether it's within country offices where we work, within regions, globally. We create platforms where we can bring that opportunity for women to come together to discuss issues that are affecting them, but also to look at transformative solutions that can really move us towards a space of gender equality. I think, yes, just to respond to her question, there's still opportunity, there's still safe spaces where we can actually come together, not only as women, but also bringing to the table men who are of the same value thinking that we have around the importance of having women in leadership position. We've seen some of them in the room today, and they've shared their own story about how women have influenced their own leadership position as men. And I think we just have to continue to create that opportunity, whether it's within our civil society organizations, whether it's within our government spaces, but we have to continue to create those spaces where we can come together as women within countries, within regions, globally. Thanks.
Thank you very much. We are at the top of the hour with this panel. Allow me to thank you very much and to summarize that in fact, Pan-African global solidarity looks like Nalafem. In fact, it looks like this third summit and the discussions that we've heard here today. Pan-African global solidarity claims abundance, that there is enough for all of us. It claims conscious existence, that we know who we are clear about who we are, and we occupy this world in the frames that we have, and proudly so. Global Pan-African solidarity requires that we have clarity of our values, of our goals, of our contexts, of our histories, and that we define ourselves what inclusive sisterhood means. So I am Nala because I embrace global solidarity with African and Afro-descendant women everywhere, wherever they may be, unapologetically. Thank you very, very much. A round of applause for this wonderful panel as we come to the end of this first segment. I will invite my panelists back to their seats and request, oh, I'm told that we need a photo moment, which is great. Let's claim these social spaces as well. And we have we have gifts. Yeah, go ahead.
Testing.
Yes,
Rose, thank you so much. Are we done with the photo session? Or we still need
just
to take another one,
about.
Rose?
Let's do it.
Mama C, I just have to inform you, I just got a text from Pretoria, South Africa, and my cousin is watching online, and she told me to tell you that she loves Mama C the most.
Amazing. Thank you very, very much. And we hand back to our wonderful host to guide us through the next session. Thank you very much.
So much. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. A round of applause for our last final panelist as we wrap up the third Nalafem Summit in Windhoek, Namibia, but it's not over yet. I'm going to ask, it's time to party. So I would appreciate it if we can take this moment in time to look like we're happy. All right? Because we're going to party, and I'm going to ask those that are going to give us a hand that the chairs must be taken away, because we're going to pose for some pictures and we're going to eat some cake, because, ladies and gentlemen, it's not only the fact that we are celebrating the third Nalafem Summit, but today, the 1st of July, is also the 3-year anniversary of Nalafem. And this is what we're going to do right now to celebrate it. So, you see, we are here for quite a number of special reasons. Earlier on, we also asked you very kindly, there was a specific reason why these boxes were in front of you. We call upon each and every one of you to make those personal pledges, personal commitments as to how exactly you, in your own way, will, promote women's rights, promote social justice, equal opportunities, and I understand Mama B would like to say something about her pledge. So if we can get the microphone quickly over here and give her an opportunity to say a few words. Over to Mama B.
You never get the opportunity to be in such good company. And since I feel so inspired, the one thing I can tell you that I am very much interested in, I call myself a social justice warrior. But one of the areas that I'm very much interested in is the area of sexual and reproductive health and rights. And you will know that in my own country, Namibia, I've been supporting the legalization of abortion. I have been supporting bills like the Divorce Amendment Bill, which will make it, we have got so in my own life, I will continue to promote and create an environment for women, young women like you to strive. But my pledge to you today is I understand the older generation and I understand the younger generation. So my pledge to you is that I would like to be a bridge builder. I want to be a bridge builder between the younger generation and the older generation. So whenever you have difficult conversations with the older generation, you can call me, and I will be part of that conversation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Advocate Bean's governess, compassionately or affectionately known as Mama B. All right, we thank you so much, everybody, for having joined us officially throughout the day for the third Nalafem Summit here in Windhoek, Namibia. I have no idea where the next one is going to be, and I'm sure Aya will maybe not reveal it. But we are not over. It's not over. Later on tonight, there will be an award ceremony, and I'm sure it's supposed to start around 7 o'clock tonight, if I'm not mistaken. So around 7 o'clock. This award ceremony will be taking place. Now I want to take the opportunity to please welcome on stage Aya. We are supposed to take, obviously, pictures, so that would also include the Nalafem Council, the phenomenal Nalafem Council. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a warm welcome on stage. Are we going to cut the cake or first take pictures with the cake? Yeah, and then you're going to cut it. So I should invite everybody. Okay. So there is a knife here, right? So ladies and gentlemen, there's a reason why we have the Nalafem Council on stage, because we're going to make use of this opportunity to celebrate in style the 3rd anniversary celebration of Nalafem with the cutting of this absolutely beautiful cake that will be destroyed in a couple of minutes' time. And we also want to invite our special guests that are here, Dr. Mampele, please come and join us. Everybody. Mama B, Mama C, Mama B. You see, we're very intergenerational. We're still cool, even if we are millennials. We like cool like the Gen Z, Gen X, whatever they are called. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the founder of Nalafem with the council, phenomenal women. Gonna cut the cake now. Can we have some music? Can we play that song, Power? Can we please, I Am Woman? No, we don't have music. Okay. All right, can we just play music? All right. Yay! We wrap things up here on stage. Thank you so much for taking the time to having joined us for the 3rd Nalafem Summit. It's time now to celebrate, and we will be seeing you later tonight at the official gala dinner and award ceremony that will be handled by my lovely colleague Elago Shitatala, and I'll be sitting down, have a break, network, and hang out with all of you. We thank you so much, and it's goodbye from the Windhoek Country Club, Windhoek, Namibia, where officially